Oh, should I have more iron brew? What am I on? Why would I say such things that there is literally no scenario where you do not have more iron brew? Oh my lord. What kind of day has it been that I'm actually asking questions, should I have more iron brew? Oh, of course I should have more iron brew. I'm basically living off the stuff today. I managed to use 3,700 calories and I have literally had 2 glasses of iron brew today. Yeah, there is more iron brew in my future. Oh, I need more. I need to actually eat some food. Well, some food's on the way. And we're live, and it's working. Woohoo, it's working. That's fun. It wasn't working for a second. Hello, everyone. Hello, and apologies for being late, but we had a lovely electrician around today who was really nice. Who said actually you might end up watching. So if he does, hello, Lecky. Happy Quadrennial Day. It's a day which comes around only once every 4 years. So, hello, happy quadrennial day. And yeah. Hello everyone. Hello. Sorry to be late, but it has been a fun day. It has been a really fun day. Cancel next to that one. Now, Babylon 5 and aircraft carrier. I should have probably added Babylon 5 in this. I got a few, which I got question marks and things to discuss over. This has got roughly 16 slides, I think. So it should be a fulsome discussion. It does start off with me explaining some things which come up in more conventional terms, but I hope you'll enjoy it. And hello everyone. Hello Subin Kratu. Hello Felix B. Hello Lizzie Mitchell. Hello Calvin Gasberg, Paul Amos. Hello David Goulding, TV Locker, DG40, Just Funk, Code 85, Gok Bay. Hello Frank Spiller. Hello. Hello 96831. Hello DeBrock. Hello Cartoon Man 154. I hope you enjoyed those cartoons you've been watching. Hello Nicola Marchbank. Hello. Oh, everyone is watching. Let's see. Is anyone else I'm missing? Hello, Black Maximus. Hello, Cody Dismer. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Matcha Dostos. Hello, everyone. How you all doing this evening? Is there going to be Yamamoto in this one? No. Actually, give me a second. I knew there was one really obvious one I was actually forgetting to include. Slides are going up in number. As we speak, the slides are going up in number. Everyone, Battlestar Galactica, and I went, frigate! I knew there was one I was forgetting. And in my defense, and I will say this in my defense, I put this together last night, and the reason I put this together is I've been debating about it and rewriting it, 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 and rewriting it a lot. And well, that does come with issues. It does come with issues. Let's stop the computer making noise that we're showing. There are a huge number of them. Wraith Hive probably qualifies as a carrier. It could well do. It could well do. And I think that's in there somewhere, isn't it? Yeah, the Wraith Hive is in there. The Wraith Hive is in here. Because, you know, you can't really not have the Wraith Hive in here, sadly enough. As annoying as they can be, and they can be pretty darn annoying. So, how is everyone doing today? How are we all? Are we enjoying life? That's the questions I always ask, and I always feel I should have asked. And there's lots of other options. Arsenal Birds from Ace Combat 7, that should be on this. And Knights of Gallifrey 1, that would make sense, yes, if I ever played Ace Combat 7. I would have probably included that. I'm going to start off now by saying the list is truncated to primarily things which I am familiar with. Because whilst I am going to give you definitions which are broader than that, which I'm familiar with, I'm going to be using examples. They're going to be ships which I'm actually familiar with. That makes sense. So if I haven't watched that particular game, or played that particular game, then it won't be there. For instance, though, there is probably at least one in there, which is from a game which I've played, and I doubt anyone else has. I really do doubt that. Well, someone else, Jamie just started reading the Ark Royal Sci-Fi series. You're going to like this video then. Now, I have to say, I have included some books as well. Some carriers which have never made it onto the screen, as far as I know, and are just in book form. And the reason I've included those is because some books you might have read, some books you might not have, and therefore gives me a chance to talk about those books, and they're good authors. Frank Sparrow, we'll get into that when we get to the actual battle start. How's that sound? That seems like a question which is best answered when we actually get to the battle start. There's one in here. I always remember there was what was that movie where it was absolutely terrible movie. But the idea was that if you had a genetic change, you could navigate through space and was special. You were some sort of navigator. And, basically the guy had it so he could work out where the enemy fleet was coming, or beat the enemy fleet back so they could reveal their route to Earth, so that that could be stopped and the fleet was ambushed where it was coming out. It's all fun. Hello, Mega Scrow. Hello, Fabian Gimba. Hello, again, Doyle. Hello, Drakenred. Hello, James Craig. Hello, Just Vonk. Hello, the Plebiscicle. June. No, June is not in here because, look, I have read June. Wing Commander. That could well be it, Leslie Mitchell. Thank you. I have read June. I do not like June. I have played the games around June. I did not like June. I have friends who are obsessed with June and keep trying to get me into June. I still do not like June. I do not know what it is about the entire series, but I spend my entire time, it suspends my disbelief so often, with me just going, oh god, that doesn't make sense, and that's known to, that eternal logic just doesn't make sense, and this and that, and the other. That, frankly, yeah. Ender's Game did not have genetic engineering as far as I know. It did have all sorts of weird things in it, especially if you read the full books, which I have. Again, I would like to point out, and this is something I will admit, I am a functioning insomniac. I do survive on usually less than 3 hours, if not less than that, of sleep a night. And therefore I have a lot of time on my hands to read books. There was an interesting... I think there was a discussion on Drax' channel about things recently, and I was giving a list of books off, and he was going, "Those are ones I haven't read. You must have more time to read than I do." And I was sort of going, "Mate, mate. I'm the guy who would. I'm the reason why when we're all staying in we pick hotels on ship-shaped trips which have gyms which are open 24 hours a day, so I don't go wandering off on my own in the middle of the night around a city which I've never been before. Still did that in Australia. I had spent many an evening wandering all over various places in Australia. It was lovely. I had to say, beautiful nightlife. And even at 1 a.m. in the morning, there's always something interesting going on. But the thing is, usually I'm awake and I'm reading. if I'm not, you know, wandering around somewhere which I've never been before. So, you're looking for pilgrims, those who embrace space and were conceived there. Ah. Hi, Steve Clarke. So, as always, there will be a Discord chat after this is all over. Mainly because, again, I am functioning insomniac, and I do like having a Discord chat. So after, if you want to carry on the conversation, and you want to debate some things with me, if you wanted to do that, please do follow Steve and Leslie. Because Leslie Mitchell and Steve Clarke are our two Masters at Arms who help run the Discord chats on the server and make sure everyone stays nice and respectful. Because the whole point about the Discord server is it's kind of like the channel. You're welcome to disagree with everyone, and including me, but we do so in a respectful style. It's, well, let's put it this way. I had a reminder this week that Twitter is not the space for sensible conversation. Because someone responded to a tweet I made with, I think it was Humpty Dumpty. And I gave them a question mark, which would have allowed them to expand and actually maybe put a logical argument. No, they actually felt they had to explain the insult. And I was sort of going, no, I gave you space to actually move beyond that and actually engage in discourse instead of saying something silly. Didn't work. Hello, Peter O'Connell. Listen, Cody85 seems to think I drink caffeine. I don't know about you, but I survive on the stuff. But mine comes in iron brew form. So, aircraft carriers in science fiction. Now, I am going to do the traditional book plug. There is currently a competition, which I haven't put a link below, but I will after this has gone out. But I'll later. I'll put a link below to the competition going on to win a couple of these copies. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. I'm gonna say please do like, share, and subscribe if you like the channel, because it's great to grow the channel. As you all know, I have a competition that's going on that I'm going to be talking about the entirety of the year, because I have to get to 15,000 subscribers by 2,300 hours realistically on the 24th of December, and have to keep them at least throughout Christmas Day for my mum to win a bet with her twin sister. So currently there is a spa day for my mum riding on this, or my mum having to bake cakes. I think it's about 6 cakes for my aunt throughout the year. So mainly it's familial bragging rights. Let's be honest, this is what my family does. We do familial bragging rights bets. We don't bet money, we bet with each other random things, and it's random stuff. It's just I'd like my mum to win, because she's promised if she wins, the bet's going to be over. They're going to be having no more of these bets. And frankly, I'd like to stop being a topic of conversation at Christmas dinner. So, please, if you like the video, please do like, please do share, subscribe, if you'd like to support the video. And my ever-increasing expensive book habit, well, as patron, there's joining the channel. All those things are wonderful things you do, because my books do not get cheaper. And, they do keep arriving. It's when your own sister turns around to you and goes, so if you have the choice between buying food or books, what would you do with your last money? And I'm going, have to think about it. If you already have a book and where to win, what then? Oh, well, the thing is, these books will come out, they'll be signed, and they'll be personalised for you by me. You have a boneless barbecue chicken mac and cheese. That sounds both lovely and worrying. Iron Brew ice cream in front of you. Nicola, you're now torturing me. That's not fair. Which ships from Star Trek are carriers? Well, you see, I could put in the modified galaxies, but I have to admit I didn't put in the modified galaxies because, for those of you who know, there is a particular Star Trek game in the Star Trek franchise I really did love. So I've stuck with that game, and where there was the carrier in that, which I always enjoyed. And that's the interesting thing. Star Trek does have fighters. If you watch the battles in Deep Space Nine against the Dominion, they are deploying fighter wings, so they have fighters, and it is implied in some of the aired scenes, never actually discussed in some of the aired scenes, but apparently in some of the recorded scenes, that they have carriers. Now, they never go into these much, but let's be honest, they were building a lot of galaxy hulls, and a galaxy conversion to a carrier is not that difficult. So let's be honest, a galaxy class cruiser, you can take a lot of the space out it has for its peacetime exploration duties, and you convert that into adding on armor and firepower to turn it into a battle cruiser. You could also take a lot out, and use that space for an aircraft carrier. So for a carrier of some kind, types, but there are lots of different options for it. But that's not my favorite. And again, if I go to the games I like, there is a particular one. So two, are those fighters more akin to a torpedo boats? In space, what is the fundamental difference? Because your space fighters are going to have a weapon. They have to have a weapon to kill bigger ships, but they are also going to have to be able to do maneuvers and all sorts of things, which are going to be far more akin to fighters. So, honestly, they're probably going to be a cross between the two. I'm wondering if you're going to touch on the carriers from Halo. Probably not, but that's mainly because I haven't played Halo in a while. Will the Stargate ships be here? Of course they will, though. Cartoon. In the yesterday's Enterprise, the alternative Enterprise D is a military ship with barracks. I know, and that's terrible. I couldn't think of a worse thing. Oh yeah, what we're going to do, we've got a new big cruiser. Oh, right, and what we're going to do is fill it up with troop space. So going, oh, so you're taking your idea from the Age of Sail when they they armed ships on fleets to be troop ships. Nice way. You have ships which are dedicated troop ships which will get in and drop the troops and get out. For ships which are going to be fighting, you don't want them to be also dropping troops. Hello, Gavin. Glad you enjoyed the videos. For a friend, Galaxy class, do you realise how frigging empty they are? I know, they are. The Galaxy class is one of the worst designs ever. Literally, what the friggin' are you doing with all that space? You have to heat it and power it. It's incredibly inefficient. It's incredibly inefficient, but they do. So, let's first discuss. Look, I get into this a lot because I start talking about things sometimes, and people bring back definitions to me. And I have to explain quite often that the definition of today might not be that of tomorrow. And recently, this has kept coming up, is point defense missiles versus area defense missiles. Now, in 1982, the Falklands Task Force goes to sea. It has 2 point defense missiles. Believe it or not, the Sea Slugger was actually technically an area defense missile when it was first created. The Sea Cat and the Sea Wolf. They had a range of roughly 5 kilometers or 6.5 kilometers. Or 3 miles and a little over 4 miles. you know, the Sea Cat was based on an anti-tank missile system. The Sea Wolf's range increases to 10 kilometers when it's introduced into the VLS version, put into the Type 23 frigates. Today, the Sea Scepter, well, the version which is fitted for most ships is 25 kilometers plus. There's an ER version which the Italians have, which is also quad-packed, which has a range of 45 kilometers plus. And there's an MR variant which is being developed for the Polish requirements, which is going to be dual-packed, and that has a range of 100 kilometers plus. Here's the thing. Is it still a point defense missile? Now, it has some capabilities, and I will have to admit that once you get up to the Polish version of 100 kilometers plus, you are probably dealing with something which has got a significant portion of air defense. But the thing is, for most nations who have got CAM or CAM-ER, we're talking 45 kilometers plus. And yeah, that's 9 times the range of the point defense missiles in the Falklands War. Does it mean they're not point defense anymore? No, it doesn't. Oh, thank you. Food delivery. Yay, chips arrived and they're warm. Now, if we compare this to the area defense missiles in the Falklands War, well, the Sea Slug had a range of 32 kilometers, and the Sea Dart had a range of 74 kilometers. So by those comparisons, it's quite obvious that CAM-MR is definitely heading up for area air defense, isn't it? And you could definitely make a case for the CAM-ER version, and even the basic CAM version starts to look like an area defense missile. But then you look at the Sea Viper, which is the new one, which is 120, soon to be 150 kilometers plus. So, okay. That's changed then. Now again, I would argue the CAM-MR is certainly heading towards that, and certainly heading towards area air defense, and it probably is there. But ER and below are probably not, because the ranges have increased and gone out there. So what you have to do when you start thinking about point defense or area air defense, when thinking about these systems, is your definitions do not have ranges on them, because the ranges expand. Why have these expanded? Why has the range expanded so much? Because the threats they're dealing with are coming in faster. You want to engage them further out. If your threat is potentially a hypersonic missile, which is coming in at 7 times the speed of sound, and you are engaging it at Mach 3, i.e. you have a closing speed of 10 times the speed of sound, you want that to be as far away from your ship as possible if you are going to intercept that. Because otherwise the debris might carry on and hit stuff. And that's a real problem. And if you've got multiple targets coming in again. So even if that's your point defense weapon defending you, you want to be as close as possible. But also, once you're dealing with your task groups, again, they're going to be more spread out. Modern task groups are often even more porous than the ones were in the Falklands War, let alone in World War II. They're spread out over great areas as part of their defense. So that gives each ship a slightly larger bubble. It has to protect itself, but also has to defend. So the weapons increase. So if we judge CAM by the designs of 1982, it's an area defense missile. It's 25 kilometers plus range, or even 45 kilometers range. It's really good area air defense missile, you could argue, for 1982. But if we judge it by the definitions of area defense missiles today, it's not. And I even don't like it when people start calling it, well, it's a point defense / local area air defense missile. That is pretty much what a point defense missile is. It's the local area. The local area has expanded, yes, but there is no such thing as a local area air defense missile. It's a point defense missile because of what you're dealing with. So again, you've got to think about this when we start thinking about our expansions of what we're going to be doing. Comments, Golden Cat wants San Francisco to cut Essing's a generation ahead in fighters. Yeah, I'm sure they said something like that. I seem to remember it as well. Raxwater, how do you count drone carriers? Well, we're going to get into that. I assume the Galaxy could use more like modern-day US Wasps, carrying mix of fighters, strike ships, and marine assets of planetary landings. They can all be modified. They have hangar space. I'd say with the MR, it is called CAM MR. It is joint UK Polish. I know people like to point that one out, but it's the pot the UK's funding is not the pot which goes into supplying the Navy. It's the pot which goes into development. It could eventually end up in the Royal Navy's hands, but it's unlikely to at the moment. If it does, I see it more going on to Type 26 than Type 31. Peter Dawson, what's the difference between Sea Scepter and Aster 15? Aster 15 is being phased out in favour of Sea Scepter. Aster 15 basically covered while Seawolf Sea Scepter was in transition. There's slightly more chips than I thought I would have got. What comes off as a more sci-fi ship today, CVN or SSNs? Honestly, both can. If you've been aboard modern ones, they can really be interesting. And let's be honest, in HMS Queen Elizabeth, all the ammunition just comes. It's organised. The system's all moving it around. And it's kind of almost freaky. You go, boop, 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 I want this. It appears. So anyway, in the Enterprise D, doesn't every crew member have a luxury apartment and still the ship is empty? Yes, they do. I mean, so there are whole family apartments on there. Code 85. I personally have always thought point defense is defend the ship, but area defense is defend the fleet. Yes and no, because the reason I would say yes and no is because your point defense ships armed with point defense often are on the inner rank of ships around your carriers. Let's say the inner point, and so they're defending the carrier by defending themselves as well. So, with that in mind, definition of a carrier for space science fiction. Well, I thought I'd give you all a bit of fun. Here is the definition as provided by Admiral of the Fleet, Sir Caspar John, writing in 1987. And I'm going to leave it up on the screen, full screen like this for a few seconds. A, to cover me eating chips, but also B, because it will allow you to put your own versions into the chat if you want to. This is the definition he wrote in 1987. An RAF station operating 60-80 single or small twin-engine aircraft, add fuel, stores, firefighting equipment and so on which go with it. A couple of batteries of heavy anti-aircraft guns with ammunition and control gear. And that is published in 1987, but he was writing in the 1960s. A minor Battersea power station. A big radio transmitting and receiving station. The radar communications and other ancillaries of a Royal Air Force fighter sector controller. Consider all the men, about 2,000, and accommodation wanted for those functions. Then issue them all with 3 months of provisions. Now put the whole lot inside a metal box, 800 feet long by 90 feet wide by about 90 feet high. Make the box self-propelled and operate aircraft from the top of the lid. There is your aircraft carrier. Now that's a very good definition, I would say, for an aircraft carrier. So what do you think the definition should be of a carrier for space and science fiction? Using that as your idea, what do you think should be? What do you think should be your definition for a carrier in science fiction? Interesting, Seneca. And as you can mention, not real. Kind of interested by all the various definitions going on here. Some quite interesting ideas coming through. What's good for me here is that it doesn't look like I'm going to have a big argument with the definition I came up with. I would argue you want multiples of 18 aircraft. If you're looking for the best form of aircraft, models of 18 tend to work out best in terms of force generation. The RN found that 18 aircraft provided the best return in terms of multiples of 18. So if you wanted to guarantee fighter support protection of at least a four aircraft cap, you wanted 18 aircraft and those sort of things. Multiples of 18. Like I mentioned, this data strip reinforces the Orcas talking in naval terms about a force that's likely to be led by air forces. Why? Honestly, once you get into space operations, you're looking at more like a submarine than an airplane. So, I'm going to make your lives a little bit easier, because I thought about this quite a while. Definition for a carrier that works in space and science fiction and everything. A vessel which devotes a large proportion of its volume to the operation and recovery of parasite craft, which provide its primary means of both attack and defense. What do you think of that? Well, it's interesting to note that the Space Force is now trying to separate itself from the Air Force quite dramatically whenever they start talking about longer range operations. As Mitchell, I was close, but not agree with the primary. I would say if it's a secondary means of both attack and defense, then you have a problem. I'd say primary in this case can mean also the most outer of it, most long range. I was asking, under both your and my definition, ISD is not a carrier. We're good. Yep. The ISD is not a carrier. The ISD is not a carrier. I would say engaging threats as far away from the carrier as possible is a good form of defense. And it's one of the interesting things I get in discussions I get into is people start talking about defense and start talking about missiles and all the other things and task force, and I go, what about a combat air patrol? Well, that's offensive. No, that's defensive. And that will engage threats a long way before they get into missile range. So it's actually one of the interesting things is when you realise, well, okay. Bye. Shoved my chips down too quickly. If you and apologies again, I literally had with all the electricians over here and all the other things I'd forgotten to eat. If you have the range of your area air defense missiles is 150 plus kilometers, let's say, then your cap is going to be operating 250 plus kilometers from your carrier, because they need to be able to engage your enemy that much further up front, that much further away from the carrier. And that's better, because if you can engage threats 300, 400 kilometers away from the carrier, you're safe. Well, safer. And primary is whichever whooping stick ever reach forward first. Well, in the nicest way, the first line of defense, the first line of attack. That's your carrier. There's a aircraft. That's your parasite craft. I'm interested to see how Mahanian they get when there's a competition for, say, mineral deposits or orbital weapons platforms. Oh, that's going to be fun. That is going to be fun. And who controls the planetary-based defensive firepower? This definition would make amphibious assault ships equivalents into carriers, would it not? That makes sense. Probably should be noted. I have a feeling in space, and most of the space I've also read, there is no real distinction between them. In that, whilst there are marine transports, they are still versions of a carrier. And the thing is, they are still using their parasite craft as their primary means of both attack and defense. It's just they're landing soldiers and landing forces rather than just using their things to attack with weapons. I was asking, how long has it been since we've last had just fighters which were only capable of defensive work? Because let's be honest, if you consider World War One, Sopwith camels, they were fighters which were only really armed with machine guns and small bombs, but they still used to attack trenches and machine gun them up. Has there ever been a fighter which was just a purely defensive? And Didn't have anything that could be used offensively to attack other things. Stephen Cannon Richards, in Battlestar Galactica canon there are destroyers. I know. It's sad. The real thing, I still think Space Force should have naval ranks, but that was Star Trek talking. I would argue that too. James Craig, Venator-class Star Destroyer. Well, it's interesting you said that. So, I literally started off with the Venator. Now, here's my problem with the Venators. They often get used wrong. They have a huge, once you look at their internal volume, a huge amount of their internal volume is used for support and operation of fighters. A humongous amount. And yet, they are used almost like battleships. They go into close range fights. They're blasting away with their own weapons. Now, the thing is, the whole point of carrying fighters is it means you don't have to risk the primary ship. You don't have to risk the Venator. Now, the thing I would say is, of course, the Republic tactics and a lot of tactics in science fiction when it's illustrated in movies and TV shows is absolutely terrible. It's rule of cool, not rule of actually how you fight a battle. I would say there have been some interesting things I've watched, recently. But it's a solid rule to go by that they will always go rule of cool first. This battle, for example, where you've got the Venators mixing it up. They carry a whole fleet of fighters. Fleets of fighters each. There are other ships in the fleet. Why do you have the Venators going in and getting that close? Okay, early Spitfires were gun-armed interceptors. Yeah, but they use those machine guns to attack torpedo boats. There are many accounts of them doing that. Sometimes they even attacked German ones. So that's the trouble, Michael. Once you're dealing with ships which are armed with projectile weapons, they can throw those things at pretty much anything they want to. The F-15 was for a while not a pound for air to ground, but then started to hit. True, but they used to carry, if I remember correctly, they carried missiles which were anti-radar. They also carried... Didn't they carry anti-tank missiles or something? I think they could carry anti-ship missiles as well. Seem to remember they were able to take Harpoon or something like that before they could take bombs. That's true. Hello, Glenn. The Clone Wars cartoon is bad for one ship, should probably represent a whole squadron. True, and it's good Glenn's here, because we're about to be talking about his book shortly. Steve Richards, would you have a cap in space? I would. In fact, I'm sure you would. If you were doing something like in hyperspace or something like that, when you were traveling between planets, I could imagine you not having it. But the moment you're out of hyperspace and you're present in space, especially around planets, etc., yeah, you want a CAT, you want a Combat Space Patrol, a CSP. You probably want a couple of them deployed out there. You'd want, especially if you consider the axes of attack if you're in orbit around a planet, you might well want some fighters sitting in the Lagrange positions of both Lagrange positions of that planet to watch the dark side of the planet from where your fleet is. There's all sorts of things you might want to do with your parasite craft to maintain an overwatch over where you are. Because remember, in space, it's not just left or right, you know, if 360, it's also 360. So they can come at you from any angle, so you need to have something out there to be able to act as a tripwire. Because if you can blunt an enemy attack enough to just delay it coming in, give you by some seconds, that can make the difference between losing your fleet and the enemy ambush getting annihilated. Draconred. Vendors kind of make sense as a war emergency program to mass produce a ship that flies out attacks, and if they survive, fly back to base for refit and repair. Yeah. But realistically, they shouldn't be getting as close to the fighting as they do. They should actually be considering their weaponry sort of something, we have it for if we need it, not something we want to use. Listen, the Grand Armada of the Republic fleet, the Grand Army of the Republic fleet needed two types of Venators, the carrier and a battleship, where the main hangar is replaced by center-line turbo laser turrets, like space battleship Yamato. That could have been a good idea. I think some of the Venator's fighters had fast FTL capabilities. And there was also quite a lot of FTL rings at this point, where fighters would slot into rings and then be able to do fast and light. I seem to remember that in the Clone Wars. The Venator is a very good ship. I have to say, the most fun I have is when people start arguing, well, you know, the Rebels should never have taken, you know, it was a good thing the Rebels didn't have a Venator, and I go, Venators, a couple of Venators could have been the entire basing requirements for the Rebellion. You would never have had to sit down on a planet and carry 2 years worth of stores in your entire basing facilities are on there, and people go, well, they'd be very expensive to run. Look at the amount of money they put into weapons to defend their bases, which they have to build on planets, and then they lose when the Imperials turn up and blow them up. It's probably cheaper to run around in some Venators, especially if they could have acquired them for free. And they acquire all sorts of things for free, setting up the Rebellion, and, you know, even one of those great big Trade Federation ships they require. And yet they don't require any Venators. And the reason they really do, there's canonically there's all sorts of reasons which they come up with, but the real reason they do is because the Venator is actually someone, when was designing the putting together the Star Wars episode, Star Wars episodes 2 and 3, you know, they're actually sort of designing it properly, actually goes, you know what? We need a ship better than the Imperial Star Destroyer, because the ISD is just terrible. Nicola Moment, the vendors would mean no strike on Hoth. Yes, they would just go, every time the Empire turns up, they'd be gone. And let's be honest, people then go, well, you know, you don't need a carrier because your X-Wings have fast and light travel. Yes, they do, but that means that if your Venator launches them in one spot, they can move off and recover them from somewhere else. And no one's ever going to find a base, because the fighters will arrive from one direction, disappear in another direction, and by the time you go and follow the fighters where they are, they won't be there. Ah, yes, the Lucre Hulk. Batman says, the Clone War TV series had an arc where the Vendors launched a long-range attack on a separatist super battleship. Then after crippling it with a strike, the Vendors closed in to finish it off. You see, that makes sense. The Vendors deploy and fight like they're sitting in a setting where starfighters are scouts, and not one where they're the main threat to a warship. I'd say even worse than that. They fight in a setting where almost the starfighters are fighting a separate battle. You know, sometimes you see them, all the starfighters, they're doing a battle around each other, with each other, and I wonder thinking, hang on, what's our job to be in this battle? No, it's to look cool and fight the other fighters! Charge! And then you go, no, I'm sure you're here for something other. What reason could you be here for? So we can wear dashing scarves? No, it's not so you can wear dashing scarves. Dr. C, your opinion on Cylon base stars? They're interesting, and they're not included in this video because they're interesting. But I have discussed them before when we did sci-fi capital ships. My Kunch, an RN Venator. Yes, I know I should be using guns, but if I don't, the Treasury won't buy us anymore. The difference is, and I have to admit, I have been getting into this because I was asked to design the Imperial Star Destroyer. It's a various fleets built one. And the Royal Navy one is basically an adapted Venator. It's smaller than the others, because it's older than the others. It's from the last war. But it is a carrier. But the thing is, it's had its engines upgraded, it's had its guns upgraded, and so basically the thing is a nightmare to anyone to fight. Oh. Marchbank, Nicola Marchbank. There might be something like the way a fair number of Japanese aircraft cover the Pacific from land bases. Strike and recon craft operating from small bases built into moons or whatever. Yeah, there's all sorts of interesting things they try. And thank you for the Lucre Hulk, Carl Guswick. That's the Trade Federation combat donut, or rather large thing they'd carried around in. Veterans, from a standpoint of film production, a battlecruiser Venator would allow for reuse of existing digital asset, just kit bash by swapping top hanger for turbo laser turrets, have one bridge. Yeah, that would be but that sounds far too sensible. God, mate, even with FDL fighters, carriers can still make base sensors of mobile bases, especially for rebellion, if not necessarily peer combatant. Yeah, it's just the most absurd. The moment they added in the Venators to the history and the sheer number. And you have to remember, there's over a thousand involved in some of the battles alone. This was the defense of the Coruscant. If you've got over 1,000 Venators, you've got thousands of these things, and you're saying the rebellion didn't manage to nick any one of them? When you consider how quickly they try and get the clones off ships. And you consider that the Navy already runs some of them, and it's not run by clones. Some of them are not quite fully cloned anyway. The fact that the Rebellion didn't get a hold of a single Venator is just a big gaping hole. This actually explains why Imperial starts scrapping them en masse post-war. Oh yes, there is an absolute canon reason, because these things are an absolute nightmare if you are an Imperial. To try and because if they exist, you have got a mobile-based nightmare beyond belief. But even they have a problem, which I get into, because even the Imperials at certain points realise this is not necessarily the smartest idea. just on, to be honest, the opening of episode 3, Return of the Sith, didn't make myself go, ooh. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, last time, 10 years ago in Eve, in a major fleet battle, escorts were to tackle battleships, anti-escorts to kill attackers, then tackle, and kill battleship at that point. It's always interesting. I think we'll leave a Space Commanders discussion for next year, because next year is going to be the year of leadership. So I think who would make good Space Commanders, etc., fits more in the year of leadership discussions. That's true, Dutch. How to botch a carry command when you take assignments from the CSP as not a warning sign because they were only chasing one bandit. I wonder, does the Empire have space superiority and the rebels can hide on planets? The thing is, the Empire doesn't have space superiority. The Empire is chronically short of ships. Even when people start talking about the numbers of Imperial Star Destroyers built, and you then look at the size of the Empire, the amount of space it has to cover, the amount of star systems. And the thing about a Venator is it doesn't have to go to an inhabitable planet. It can orbit and recover resources from an uninhabitable planet because it is a mobile carrier. So Venators as a base for rebels would have been absolutely impossible, almost, for the Imperials to track down and deal with. Would an AI... sorry, but in the case of HAL 900, would an AI like him ever be any good? I would always be worried about an AI like him. So, then we have the Glorious Heritage class, cruiser or closet carrier. Now, the Andromeda, the good thing in this particular subject is we've done a whole video on the Glorious Heritage class on this channel, because they're a very good cruiser. But they do have quite a lot of parasitic defenses. If we... go and look at it, and go and think. They have 36 Centaur tactical fighters, 76 Shrike strike fighters, 12 Phoenix atmospheric attack craft, 16 Oracle heavy sensor attack drones, 8 light sensor attack drones, plus all sorts of other little things which they have orbiting around them to provide them with their protection. The thing is, though, as much as they have all these systems and all these parasites, they also carry a humongous number of missiles, and they're their primary systems, because they have 40 electromagnetic launch systems for their missile tubes, 12 point defense lasers, 12 anti-proton cannons, 6 radiating countermeasure generators, full ring composite armor, cold plasma armor, and those missile systems can all be rearmed and etc. and chosen to fire as it will. We're armed with offensive kinetic kill missiles, defensive kinetic kill missiles, Star Arrow smart anti-ship missiles, strategic Star Arrow smart anti-ship missiles with extended range, and strategic Star Arrow that has an even more enhanced variant, and the of course Nova Bomb and negative energy bomb, as well as the Strike Arrow surface attack variant. These are heavily armed general-purpose warships, and whilst they do have a very capable parasitic air group, they are not, in any sense of the imagination, as they are not their primary offensive or primary defensive tool. They are part of their overall force generation and force effect. What kind of ship is Orville and Galaxy Crest? I'd say it's closer to a cruiser. There's a reason it's not in here. It is closer to a cruiser. But I have to say, again, this is probably the, and I'm going to get myself in trouble, the sexiest looking ship in sci-fi. I mean, those lines, those glorious curves, is just gorgeous. There is no reason in space to be quite that shape. You're not running into things. Even in their technology for actually traveling through space in faster speed of light, you don't actually need to be shaped quite so beautifully. They have literally done it because it looks beautiful. It is worthwhile for them to look that beautiful. Because, again, it's part of the image projection. It's one of the reasons I love this class. Is I use them for showing. So, let's say you have a ship turn up that looks like this. Or you have a ship turns up, and usually I point to a Cardassian design and go, which one is more awe-inspiring? That's this one. The Cardassian ship might not win in a fight, but there is various reasons where you think actually the Andromeda will probably win. But it is a pretty capable ship. Oh yes, from pure functionality aesthetic, the Borg and the Cube get it. Borgs get it right with their sphere and cube designs. I see, with Venator, you can have your fighters wreck 2 to 3 ISDs in a sector, move 2 sectors over, wreck another 2 3 ISDs, rinse and repeat. The Empire can't respond before you're somewhere else. That's the entire reason they should have... seriously. Anyone thinking of rebelling should have just made getting hold of a Venator their primary task. Patron suggestion. Blackman Maximus, you can put in patron suggestions. I'm going to have the ones for May go live soon. So you can they'll be up and able for people to put stuff in. Like a moment. Ironic that a Borg is now captain of the Enterprise, isn't it? Was it the Enterprise she was given? I thought she was given a different ship. Don't think she was given the Enterprise, was she? With Image, you need to think, if there's a Glorious Heritage class cruiser above you, where is the rest of the battle group? That is a good question to be asking, because usually they do turn up with a battle group, as the head of the battle group. So if there is a GHC above you, if there is a GHC in orbit, you're sort of going, so where are your buddies? Where are those lovely destroyers you tend to bring with you that do long-range fire? Basically arsenal ships. Where exactly are your destroyer pals? They did Titan A a dirty and renamed it Enterprise G. They didn't, did they? Oh, that's terrible. You mentioned most vendors were in the hands of pirate warlords, post-Clone Wars. Again, the rebels tend to be more organised and have some fairly ruthless people. And you telling me Rebel intelligence could not have taken over some of those Venators? And that's even better if you can acquire them from pirate warlords, because your cover is the pirates. While the Imperials are hunting the pirates, you can rearm your Venator nicely and quietly somewhere. Vitron. You could do that, yes. My main question would be, why would you do that? And I know the horns of a buffalo is a lovely thing. Not actually that historically accurate, but is lovely from the Zulu War movies. But yeah, because it kind of completely underplays the Zulu tactical prowess and capabilities by just putting their tactics down to one simple system. You could do that, but why would you want to do that with Venator? Why would you want the Venator to go in? I can 5 or 6 easy reasons for saying why the rebels don't get a Venator, but that's basically fanfic. Something worse than fanfic, I'm gonna go. Which are, yeah, there are many reasons to explain why they don't get a Venator. There are no good reasons to explain why they don't get a Venator. Not to mention, the GHC has plan of strike ability, and with onboard manufacturing, you could have a GHC in a system. Oh, yes. Ooh, that sounds good to me, that a Venator gets armless and mass drivers. Very interesting, Glenn. June, I can understand where you're coming from, GCG, but we're going to get into that. You see, the thing is, if you start looking around, the ISDs come into service. And they are lovely, but they are also not carriers. They really aren't. And so, this appears in the Imperial service. It's called the Secutor. And what the Imperials would really like you to realise is that this is honestly not a Venator in any way, shape or form. They have not in any way, shape or form modified and increased the size of a Venator design to give themselves a carrier. It's truly interesting, but also it's one of those things which is, you know, people have various differences of whether it's canonical or not. It's, as far as I can see, it was mentioned apparently in a book, which was sanctioned at one time, but is now no longer sanctioned. So who knows with Disney and Star Wars? But you know, it made sense. I almost want to start calculating the time self-replicate. Most starships should be able to build themselves. They're onboard machine shops, given time and resources. Well, you see, that's actually an interesting thing. If you go back to this, especially the Glorious Heritage class, they could really rebuild themselves. And they could really rearm themselves and produce everything themselves quite happily, if given enough time. Which is what I was found interesting with Hunt chasing around, is that the only reason he doesn't seem to stop somewhere and build more GHCs using his GHC is that he doesn't have the crew to crew it. But honestly, you could probably have done it. And, you know, when you start looking at this, there are various range for how many fighters this carried, which starts off at double the ISD, and go up even higher than that in some discussions of it. It's basically they've rebuilt a Venator, and the idea was that the Secutor is not armed heavily for engagements like the Venator, like the ISD is. And so, literally, as people have been talking about, maybe you could arm a Venator with heavy cannon or heavy systems to replace its hangar and turn it into a true fighting ship, and then would have the carrier Venators stand back. Basically, this one's supposed to stand back and send its fighters in to support the ISDs. Alright, the Secutor is way bigger. It is about twice the size of a Venator. A little bit bigger than that, actually. But, you know, the thing is, basically, what the Empire did was they took a Venator, and even have a look at some of the lines on this design, and I'm sure that also goes for the people who are designing it. Look at some of the lines on this design and go, hang on, there are some things here which are very similar going on in this designing and shaping. Yes, this is an expanded system, but oh my, they've really taken strong inspiration. Maguch, so the ISDs carrying TIEs are in effect like World War I's dreadnoughts carrying fighters on flying off platforms, carrying them for self-defense, anti-enemy recon duties. Pretty much. That's their limit of their capabilities. Let's be honest, a TIE fighter is not doing much more than that. Just in Voyager's infinite photon torpedoes via replicator. Yeah, and I seem to remember there was a whole discussion as to whether or not photon torpedoes could be replicated in an earlier version of Star Trek, and then Voyager seemed to have infinite ones. Then why have a ship that needs a crew of 40,000 when you can have a quasar for a crew of 200 and have more ships to crew? Yeah, but again, the other thing I found interesting was when I started looking at the crew requirements. I said to it, if we could pop back to the rebels, sort of the rebellion thing, etc. The Venators. Again, the Venator, it's a very, very, how do I put this politely, sensible system. According to what I tend to use as sources to do things. They could carry. They had a crew of 7,400, including all officers, pilots, and enlisted crew for their aircraft, and could also carry 2,000 troops and 7,000 metric tons of cargo. This was all included, as well as the consumables, sufficient consumables for at least 2 standard years. For a rebellion, for a rebellion which is a galactic-wide rebellion, or what's supposed to be wandering one, A, that allows you to achieve more effect in terms of your presence by spanning and turning up in more places, and B, you can find out many personnel. If you've got planets of populations of billions, etc., finding less than 10,000 to crew a vessel, especially after the Clone Wars. Conceal. Voyager's torpedoes were explicitly said to be irreplaceable, which is why they only fired 90 plus out of 40. Yeah. And honestly, the Imperials, what they needed was they needed ships like this, but they also needed cruisers. And there are so many videos which basically go on. They needed small cruisers that could operate around the galaxy, kind of like the command cruiser we've seen recently in, I think it was in Ashoka, was it Mandalorian? Wasn't it Mandalorian? And you know they needed tons and tons of those vessels wandering around the galaxy, and they just never built enough. They never built enough ships. That's something really interesting thing to think about. But when you've got an empire which is around to span entire galaxies and is going to control through fear, you need a massive presence to be able to do it. As we mentioned, the Star Wars Secular class Star Destroyer first appeared in the new Star Wars canon in 2014 novel Tarkin. That's good to know. In an early episode of Voyager, they addressed it. They made an antimatter creating reactor in one of their impulse engines. They certainly had fun with it. I don't really remember that one, but if they did, that's good. Nicola Marshberg. We just have to assume that B'Elanna is some kind of half-Klingon, half-deity who can will torpedoes and shuttles into being and ensure a pristine ship by the end of every episode. I mean, that is something. Voyager does get cleaned up so quickly. Oh, Glenn Stewart, don't get me started on that. It's kind of like all these totalitarian political regimes and single-source ideologies. They're always considered to be so efficient by people who actually haven't bothered to study them. So then we have the Daedalus class, which is a battle cruiser. Now, why did I include this? Well, for starters, it has pods either side for operating its air group. I'm calling it air group. It's fighter group. It's the parasite craft for landing and recovering them and for operating them. And these are quite large spaces. Now, it is a battle cruiser, I would argue, but I'd also say you could quite easily have made it even more of more capable and sort of turn it into something closer to a carrier. Because if you look at the way the pods are designed, they're on the lower level, you could add in quite easily, especially their shaping, pods above them and end up with 4 pods. Not much of an increase in the size of the ship for its engines, etc., and so a thing to put through space, but you would double the air group. You would double its fighter component. At that point, you would probably be looking at something which was a carrier. But it's not. It is like a Battlestar in that form, in that scenario, by thinking of having pods on either side. But the thing is, it only has 2. And so the balance of firepower comes down to these missiles at this end. Again, interestingly enough, there seems to be almost an inexhaustible supply of them. It is amazing how they always seem to be able to acquire more missiles for the Daedalus class, even when they are for galaxies far, far away. Look at the ones over Atlantis. We've used all our missiles. Then they get beam weapons, and they still carry the missiles, which is good. They're useful. They're versatile systems, and they're still infinitely reproduce. They should have had more VLS. Yes, I'm not sure who decided on the VLS system they put in, but they should have had more. But, you know. Minus, when the Voyager was split in half, the Doom Voyager jettisoned all its torpedoes for the wrecked Voyager to use. Of course I did, don't ask for proof. Oh. Vision, in Rebels, it seems you see the Imperial light cruisers more than ISDs.
Thrawn has lots of light force, it seems, while the films are heavier with ISDs. The thing is, when we look at the stats given in the fleet structures, the fleet is unusually heavy in capital ships. Unusually heavy. You know, if you consider most navies, when we're talking about their balanced empire-spanning navies, their cruisers outnumber their capital ships by sometimes factors of 10 to 1. And yet, in the Empire, it's not that at all. They weren't using Death Gliders at this point. Oh, so the weight might have been a concern for the Atlas class as they were designed to land on planets. I agree that could have been a concern, but I also think you could have adapted. You see, if I'd been in charge of these designs, and I'd been thinking about this, if you think about this from a fleet action perspective, they send 2 of the Daedalus class off to fight an Ori ship, and they get, well, Super Hive, and they get whumped and all sorts of things. Well, realistically, you should be looking at a scenario of deploying them in, well, about 6 in this form, and I would argue 2 in carrier form, with those extra pods. So yes, 75% of your fleet can land on planets, 25% of your fleet can't. But they provide the extra firepower, and then you would have had a surprisingly large number of fighters there for fighting the Super Hive. And that's your squadron of 8. You know, I was never able to understand why they did not move production off Earth so they could scale up production. Again, that was a very strange thing to me, because they could have parked production on the moon or something. They could have moved production somewhere they could secure it. Somewhere without a Stargate. The moment you have these systems working, and you have, especially the moment you have beam technology working, Asgardian beam technology, you could have quite easily run production on Mars or something. Set up the facilities, and just kept churning them out. Without needing to worry about the economics of it, you're just paying for the crew. You're just paying for the people to run the things. You're not paying for the mining, you're not paying for any materials. But there again, let's be honest, the US Senate's involved in this, and frankly, it's not believable that the US Senate would do anything like that, which would actually save the government money. They'd rather spend more, get less, and make sure they have plenty of campaign donations. And I'm not saying that just because of the video I did on Senator Tillman. I honestly have, large suspicions about, I will not say a majority, but a significant minority of senators when it comes to defence spending. And that's a British guy. Watching them and going, I have similar views when it comes to some of the UK politicians as well, so please don't get me started on that one. Architect 96. 304s also needed dedicated anti-ship weapons aside from the missiles before the plasma beams came in, because not most ships just ate nukes and moved on unscathed. Yeah, that's annoying. I personally headcanon that the post-series upgrade for 304s included Ram-style defensive missile pods and medium-caliber railguns for killing Wraith cruisers in Arkesh. Oh, we can always hope. We can always hope. UK spending is wild. Yes, UK spending is wild, because as we've been into before, in the UK we have this wonderful, amazing thing. Cabinet signs off on the defence budget, and Cabinet signs off on what items are going to be procured, and then when there's a reality that the cost of what's going to be procured, there's not much the amount of money that's being provided to defence, it's considered the MOD which is mucked up. We sit there and go, hang on, it's the politicians who've done both these things. Why is it the MOD's fault? When the US revealed to the other nations in Stargate, it should have had the French build one and the British build two. It was always interesting to me that the Chinese and Russians got them before the British and the French did. And it's a case of, if America wanted to... Let me put it this way. It could well be the time it was filmed, but if we consider realistic American politics, China and Russia would have been way down the list for getting something this capable. In case of, yes, we're going to give them to all of the five permanent members of the Security Council are going to get them. The UN Security Council. Yes, they are. America will get 4. Britain will get 2. France will get 2. And then we'll give Russia and China their pairs each. You know, at that point you go, hang on. That's 8-4 numerical superiority. Yeah. And then let's start building those and carry on building that. And, yeah, it's going to keep going up. Do you think that these tiny, tiny space fighters have weapons good enough to kill a massive space carrier? Well, here is the thing. As Star Wars has taught us, if you manage to find the right vent port, you can make anything go boom, no matter what the size disparity between you and it. And the reality is, if we consider history, there have been many ships in the past which have been absolutely massive compared to the vessels which have taken them down. Because that vessel's got lucky. Has been in the right place, right time, and managed to make the right shot at the right thing. So, yeah. Faith and Fire have to keep component management integrator finishing in 48 states. Oh, it'll be all states. Russian Chinese orders get lost somewhere. Yeah. Cartoon Man, wasn't there news today about the UK reworking the procurement process? Oh, there's always news about that. Cartoon Man, we don't. I don't take any notice of UK defence news until there's actual numbers attached and I actually see people moving. Otherwise, it's just a press release which has actually been picked up by the press. No, they were all built by the same yard, I think, the Daedalus class. They weren't multiple yards that were building them, multiple spots. They were built by the Americans and handed over to the Russians and the Chinese. No, Paul from Chicago, although you're saying that just to wind me up. Britain ordered 4 Daedalus class, but order reduced to 2, and construction stretched out over decades, so Russia and China got those first. Well, of course, we are the wonderful nation which actually... here's the other thing I did actually consider when I was talking about this whole policy. Parasite craft also have to cost a lot less than the ships they're in. If we consider that Britain technically paid for 3.5 carriers, when it spent... well, let's be honest, it's something that was 3.2 billion? Yeah. The Royal Navy spent 6.2 billion on the carrier program, which actually, because of the payments, delays, and procurement, all things, worked out the cost 3.5 ships. So if we work that through for the cost of 3.5 ships into 6.2 billion, you're pretty much talking about. Let's see, it's that plus that. Three and a half. Well, that would take it up to 48. Add on 8, that takes up to 56. Which then divides 6 by 3. Yeah. So you're talking about 1.7 billion per unit. If you consider the average cost of an F-35 is roughly 120 million, give or take.
once it's fully armed. It's roughly 120 million. There is a difference in fact it's dollars versus pounds, so in pounds, they're roughly 85 million each. So you've got roughly 1.7. So you're basically your cost of your carrier. Your carrier costs the same as 20 of the aircraft which fly off it. And that's a problem. That's one of the reasons why we have shrinking air groups. Because it used to be that the price differential between a carrier and the aircraft that flew off it was dramatic. And now it's a case of, oh, so we get less than we can actually carry. We're going to be carrying 36. We're going to be carrying the equivalent of almost two carriers worth in terms of cost of fighters, F-35Bs alone, from the carrier. So once you're putting a carrier together, its cost and all these things, you're probably talking, once a fully formed formation, ships put together, etc., you are not far off £7.5 billion worth of kit in that one ship. Oh, a third. Queuing list would have been really useful. Could have been called Ark Royal. And no, a third carrier would have taken it up to the cost up to 5.1 billion, which would have left you with 1.1 billion left over, which would have been enough to build, well, about 3 Type 45s, honestly. Again, the £1 billion destroyers when you're including all the research costs in, not the actual unit price of actually building the ships. Please, Stephanie. No. Why suggest that? Why bring up the burn? I'm having a perfectly nice day, okay? I've spent a lot of it with electricians and sorting things out, and the electricians have been very nice. It's been a lot of hard work, but I'm going to have to rip floorboards up tomorrow. And you have to bring up the burn. Why? Why? Just one. Built in the US and given to Russia in exchange for permanent US ownership of the second Russian target. Explain why the Russians got one so quickly. Yeah, it does give a good reason for it. We want Ark and we won't Park. YouTube is being mean. I will put on the moderation activity so I can see when YouTube's being mean, and I'll put on the timestamps so I can see when it's being really mean. Oh, YouTube has been really mean this evening. Okay, I apologise to everyone if YouTube is being mean. I wonder what Germany would call its Daedalus class. Germany would actually get a Daedalus class? Let's be honest. I will believe Germany's defence spending will actually deliver on it. Defence spending. Germany getting a Daedalus class, ooh, that would be a long way down the list. I think you would find, if America, once you got beyond the 5 powers of the United Nations Security Council, I have a feeling the Five Eyes countries, or at least Canada and Australia, would get theirs before Germany did. No, please stop bringing up Admiral Kuznetsov. So, seeing as Glyn is, you know, having fun, we want Ark and we won't Park, let's talk about Glyn's ships. So, funny. Castle Federation, Glyn Stewart. Carriers at the core as well as the front and the centre. Honestly, this is a really interesting universe where the carrier dynamics is designed to work, and the carriers really do work. Fighter development is a key part of it. The capabilities of your fighters add something to your fleet. And there's a real discussion over whether you build battleships or not. Because they do have the larger fighting combat ships. They do have battleships. And one of the interesting things is as the ships grow larger and larger, there is sort of a progression where these older ships almost start to fulfill a cruiser role,
Although he probably won't like me saying that. It's an interesting scenario. It really is. I would argue also there's a real interesting thing in that sort of some of the carriers involved are really old ships, and they've had to maintain and innovate with them. And that's an interesting thing to bring into a science fiction, because in science fiction, so often the ships you see are the new ones, or if they're older, they're a small ship. They're not still part of the fleet. They're not still part of the role. And this was one of the interesting things in this book. The first book in the Castle Federation, the series, which, you know, I was thinking would come up sooner than this. Because, well, I have already, if you consider back here, when we were all the way back here, the first book in the series was actually what I used as my image here, Space Carrier Avalon. And Avalon is really interesting because she has, well, she hasn't been able to upgrade it with the same launch tubes other ships have been able to rapidly launch her fighters. So they've actually reconfigured her entire flight deck to launch aircraft, to launch her parasites. And it is really, really interesting. It the kind of case of it means that she's an old enough ship that probably most of the other spacefaring powers don't take much notice of her. But she's got this capability built in, which is actually a really nasty capability. Because whereas other ships are limited by their tubes and launching aircraft, she can theoretically launch her entire air group. Slightly slower than you can launch a wave out of your tubes, but a lot quicker than you can probably launch the full flight group out of your tubes compared to her. Especially once you consider the things of stacking the tubes, loading them, making sure all the crew, everything's cycled through. It's just, yeah. I got fan mail on the first Chaos Federation book claiming no space power be decommissioning ship after 40 years. They could well be doing so. A, the technology could be out of time, but also, the fact is, ships wear out. This is one of the things which you have to get into a lot of discussion of these things, and please do feel free to ask Glenn questions about this. But ships wear out even in space. If you're doing fast and light travel, etc., all those methodologies are going to take a wear on the ship. And if your ships are justified by getting bigger, because of the cost or the base cost of the drive, which allows them to go fast in life, so you keep getting bigger and bigger. Your ships, which are, let's say, 40 years old, are probably going to be a lot smaller than your current ships. They're going to be worn out in a lot more of ways than your current ships. And you're going to be sitting there going, why am I crewing this ship? There are some really interesting. I would say Avalon's different from Ark Royal. I would, and I'm going to be covering both series, but I would say there's the big difference in the Castle Federation standard is that whilst Avalon, I wouldn't call Avalon necessarily overlooked or old in that she is an older ship, she is due for replacement, but she does have some qualities there which help her. Poland gets the dead list before Germany. Potentially. I think the trouble with a lot of the issues around the paying your way is because also you have to deal with the fact that NATO and European Union was in many ways set up to make sure, this is just on the Germany didn't rearm. Because rearmed Germany is something which a lot of nations in Europe feel a lot of disquiet over. So that's the problem you have to deal with. Germany's almost structurally and has been always designed to be temperamentally opposed to being armed. So that's a problem. It might suit current geostrategic politics and if Germany does rearm. And I see no real problem with Germany as a nation being armed and having more of a, but the fact is it's been so structured around not being heavily armed and almost in many, especially since the Cold War, slowly dismantling its armed forces almost entirely. That yeah, you also have the problems of the wars of choice mantra. We like to believe that only took hold in America and a couple of other Western nations, but no, it was widespread. It's taken hold over across the vast majority of Europe. There are literally the only country which it didn't really take hold of was in Sweden and Finland. In terms of the Western world, Sweden and Finland are pretty much the only two countries which it didn't take hold of. The Polish chucked it off quite quickly, but it did take hold for a while. Wars of choice mantra. The idea that the only wars will happen are the ones you choose to. And that's, again, another reason I like this series, because with Glynn, the enemy always gets a vote. And the enemy is allowed to be smart. That's something. There are so many sci-fis written out there, and so many sci-fis, especially involving carriers, where the enemy's just dumb. The carrier comes out and has plenty of time to launch its aircraft, all its parasite craft, and organize itself and then attack. It doesn't get harassed, bothered. The enemy does no maneuvers against it at all, and you sit there and go, "This is not real." Even leisurely coasting along in the Stars Treasure system without shield tech, cosmic radiation will eat your hull eventually. Potentially. Have you read the Praxis series from Captain Banjo? It has fighters after a fashion. They serve to shepherd missiles to targets on the sensor platforms. Yes, a while back, but I haven't really used them because they don't really have carriers, is what I feel. I don't really feel they're a sort of a carrier thing. Because as I said, the fighters are there to shepherd missiles to targets and sensor platforms, not really to do much else. They're not there to do the attack, they're there to shepherd the attack. Original Enterprise, veteran. Original Enterprise retired after 40 years in search of Spock. Admiral delivers the news to crew, misspeaks and says 20 years, but the ENT is 40, and Enterprise is 40, adding up the 5-year missions. Yep. She's also a famous ship, hence the torch goes on. Yeah. It's an interesting. The Avalon series Avalon is serious, but the whole Castle Federation series is really interesting. I'd say the book as well. There's a sort of I'm not sure what he'd call it, novella almost, which is all about events taking place before the Castle Federation series. And I found that a very interesting book to read because it has an absolutely cracker of a battle scene in it. It really does. Alright, keep the Germans in the rush out. Pretty much. Question of faith, yes. How the very first war started. Yeah, if you're going to read only one of the Castle Federation sort of books, I would always go with A Question of Faith because it's an absolute cracker of a standalone book. It really is. That's why I like the David Brin's Uplift universe, where the humans are at the bottom of the pecking order. There are a few. All the big ships in Babylon 5 are carriers with fast launch capability, no matter if they call them destroyers. There is a good argument for that, but also Babylon 5 getting into their whole ship mix, that's a whole fun universe. 40k universe, where ships can be thousands to even tens of thousands of years old. Yeah, it gets fun. Where do I start? Space Caravan. Yeah, basically, if you go to Kindle and you look up Glynn's books, if you see
this is the beginning of the Castle Federation series. And it's a good series, but as I said, the prequel was, for me, is probably one of the best books in the series, and I've read all of them. And I do buy all of them, and enjoy reading all of them. So, next one. The Farscape Command Carrier. Okay, let's be honest. It's a bit special, this ship. And I don't mean that necessarily in a good way. It's a carrier. We're not going to argue if it's not a carrier or not. But at a certain point, you look at it and go, did you get really interested in the idea of the circular battleships of the Russians? Did you really look at them and go, you know what, we like that aesthetic? Alex is one of the few people with access to, and I presume I've read, yes. I'm not mentioning it out, I'm being good, I'm not mentioning it. They get blown up all the time. They do. The command carrier is also... The thing is, they have these big guns, and they decide they're going to bring... They're a carrier! They try and use them as all sorts of things, but if you're building a carrier, you're use it as a carrier. This is one of the fundamental things. It's got fairly decent parasite craft. Use those fairly decent parasite craft, and for goodness sake, stand off! You've got apparently long-range weaponry on board you as well to back up your parasite craft. Use it and stand off. Stop getting into close quarters range with your opponents. No. It's just absurd sometimes, some of that. And these ships are the absolute... Look, I remember, and I always forget the name of it, but the Leviathan's child, the baby that comes out, which has that great big cannon on top. Somebody going, now that looks more like a battleship. Have that for your close range fight. Do not send your carrier in! I'm just getting used. Yeah, the Glinster is currently having fun with Duchy of Terror. I haven't included the Duchy of Terror series in this discussion. I would say on the audiobooks for Glyn, and I know he won't say this, but there is a difference between how much money he gets from one publisher versus the other publisher on the audiobooks. I'm not going to say more details on that, but just there's books that I would tell people to go buy for audio versions for Glyn, and there's books I wouldn't, because, yeah, he deserves the money. He does a lot of effort in writing. Trust me, he is one of the people who has, like me and Drac, and don't say Gareth, but Gareth probably has a better social life than either of us do. Either of us, the rest of it. Basically, his social life even gets poured into writing these books. Yeah, this video is basically me going through most of these systems and going, this is how you do not use a carrier. And that is a fundamental trouble, because so many people, when I'm talking to them who write science fiction and who write these things, they see carrier has replaced the battleship as the capital ship of fleets. And then they want to use the carrier as a battleship. The entire reason you have the carrier replace the battleship was the range of it. The range of combat. The range. You could engage them before you got into pounding range. So you hopefully didn't lose your big expensive ship, which was far more expensive than the parasite craft, which operated from it, unlike the modern Queen Elizabeth class carrier.
Cartoon Man. Red Dwarf is a mining ship, and yeah, Red Dwarf and Starbug. Red Dwarf is a mining ship. Her focus is on mining. I can't imagine. Claudia Black was one of my high school crushes. I think they were. Let's put it this way. I used to enjoy coming home from school and watching Farscape, and then getting on my homework. Or rather, whatever homework I actually had left by that point. Because it used to be on BBC Two, I think, in the UK. And, yeah, I used to finish my homework, but usually better. But that's because I was one of those people who tended to would go and do some sport. If I wasn't doing activities in my lunch break, usually swimming, but occasionally other things, I would do my homework in my lunch break, or free periods. I would just get it all done. I didn't understand the concept of people who would leave and just go, I'm going to goof off, and someone go, you're going to goof off, and then you're going to have to do this work at home. If you get it done now, you get free time at home to work on stuff which is actually interesting. Have you touched on Wing Commander Stealth Carrier with broadside deployers like certain Admiral wanted? No, I have not touched on BT's Dream Stealth Carrier. We're not getting into that. Black Monsters, Dr. Nuclear Cruiser Carrier version of Nuclear Strike Cruiser is built. I could actually deal with that. I could deal with that. So now we have the other series of Glyn Stewart's where carriers are background. And we'll say, I've only done 2 of your series, Glyn. I've only done 2, but I haven't included both of them because they both use carriers very well. In this series, what I like about it is it's a whole fleet, and the carrier, pardon me, is actually very much, it's the backbone of the force. But you have cruisers, specifically battle cruisers, you have destroyers, you have a full fleet fleshed out, and their roles fleshed out, which means it works rather well. And the carrier does not go, you know what, I'm charging into the middle of the battle! It sits back. It has firepower, it has weapons, but its purpose is not to sit at the front of fleet actions. It sits at the back. It does its job from the back. It's directing the fleet actions, and it has huge command spaces. And actually they get talked about. They actually get discussed. Now, Peacekeepers of Sol is about 7 books long at the moment. I think there's an 8th one coming soon. And it's... I'm not going to ask Glyn on air to talk about this, but usually he does his in multiples of 3. So you end up with 9 or 12, etc. He does them in sets of 3, sometimes within a grand or a setting, and does more and more of them. But usually they're in sets of 3. So, and this series with the carriers, so far I think it's the only ship which the character hasn't commanded yet. He's commanded destroyers, he's commanded a flotilla of destroyers, he's commanded a battlecruiser, he's commanded a command battlecruiser, he's now got a fleet last with him at his command, which he's commanding from a command battlecruiser, not a because he doesn't have one of the big carriers. He has a smaller carrier with him. And, yeah, that's what I do. We need your carriers and missiles. We're sorry. Yes. It's the realistic thing is, we are going to actually be fighting. You don't need your missiles. You can manufacture more and actually have them, but at the moment, you don't need them, so give us your missiles. This is a really great thing in the book, because it's really realistic. Yeah, we have weapons. We have missiles. We have all the things like the other ships do. But yeah, in combat, we're not supposed to be using our missiles. If we're using our missiles, there's a problem. So if you need missiles, here, have our missiles. We'll manufacture more. It works well. Can imagine between kids and having kids and work, I haven't read a book in years. Audiobooks are nothing these days. Well, again, I will say this series is good on audiobook because it's one of the few series I actually have on audiobook. Because I don't tend to like audiobooks because I tend to argue with them. So I have to actually, before I can listen to an audiobook, I have to read the book and work out where I'm going to be arguing with it. Because I listen to audiobooks usually when I'm doing long journeys. And there's nothing more distracting on a journey than having an argument with the book because it's done logically, it's got internal logical issues. And I'm actually going, no, things don't work like that. That's not how you do it. No, the logic doesn't work. You wouldn't operate that way. Why would you be doing that? And you're having the argument on the road while driving. It's not good, so I don't do that. Oh no, they bought the carrier. Yes, there was also that one. But I'm sure there was one where they took the missiles off the carrier for something as well. Which book? That was in one of the books, I'm fairly sure. They took missiles off the carrier. You see, it's probably a good thing they're not going into the Macross and the giant carrier that also happens to contain a city, where a massive shopping mall also turns into fricking... Yeah, forgetting things, yes. Vamos, we need to get Duskglow to streaming playing Halo games. I do Twitch streams. I haven't done as many as I normally do lately because I've been sorting out so much stuff towards building and moving house. But at some point, I am going to add another game series to it. I've been doing Ultimate Annual Dreadnoughts, and I'm as my sort of ongoing campaign. But I'm going to add another campaign soon, mainly because Gareth the Brit keeps telling me off. What amused me are light-speed capital weapons with 100,000 kilometers range, wave motion guns as primary weapons, and swarms of fighters that would take hours to cross distance. Why? Yeah, it's interesting fun. Josh, I don't know why, but I would find it funny to watch you just arguing the audiobook. It happens. It's quite disturbing. There is a reason some of these there are some series that I have read are not mentioned. No, that's what HMS Formidable would do. Character battle group, we are a warship, stand aside. Yeah, that's what HMS Formidable would do. That's British armoured carrier British armoured carriers. Going against Doctrine and going for it. If you start up Red Dead Online, I could be talked into playing Star Wars with you guys. That could be fun. We could do a group game or something. Hi, Dave. How'd it go? I could do the Carrier Command game. The trouble is, I like the Carrier Command game, and I have it. I just haven't started a proper campaign of it yet for you all. So I'd have to actually go through it a bit more before I wanted to start a campaign. So I'd have a rough idea of what I was doing. Because one of the things about UAD, and that's useful for me as a campaign, is I can answer questions quite happily and quite sensibly while doing it, and I'm not getting annoyed with the game. I'm glad you're back. Thank you for becoming a supporter. Well, I'm not sure how to do a supportership. You can actually run Stellaris with everyone playing the same empire. Oh. You might have noticed that Wednesdays are turning into a sort of wacky Wednesday, in that all sorts of videos can appear on Wednesday. So I'm going to start getting to the comment response videos. I'm going to start getting back to the reaction videos on Wednesday, and slowly just, do random things on a Wednesday. It's going to be what I feel like basically on a Tuesday. What I feel like recording or doing, I'll do that. You can actually... So someone gets military economics, someone gets diplomacy. Which strikes me as a terrible idea, so it probably won't work well for a stream. That would.
Trouble is, who's going to get economics and who's going to get diplomacy? Because if those two don't work together, you're in trouble. Oh. Yeah, you might not want me doing diplomacy. I tend to be blunt, even in games. I tend to be blunt in games, even. It gets quite problematic. I know it's not Glyn, but do not honor Harrington LAC carries card. Potentially, but I haven't really read enough of Honor Harrington's. I know I need to. People keep telling me I need to, and I have liked the bit I have read. But I haven't really got round to them for some reason. Again, it's one of those things, it's like, I was sorting out my room today because of, to do with the electricians coming to visit, etc., and sorting them out. And, I found that I have all of the Hornblower video, all the Hornblower TV programs. I have the DVD collection of them all, and it's unopened. I've never watched the DVDs. I have watched the episodes though, so I think I've got them on Netflix or something like that. That's when I've been watching them on that. But I've also got the DVDs for some reason. I'm tempted to introduce Glyn to Galactic Civilizations. I have to admit, that would be a good one. Trying to get the entire Shipshape crew and Glyn to all play Galactic Civilizations together as a Twitch stream, and just be chatting away while doing it would wind a few people up, us playing Galactic Civilizations. Harrison, the battles turn into missile counting later books. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, so you just haven't got rounds now. Oh. Right. So yeah, this is another good series. Another one where the carriers are good and the things do make sense. And it's also quite funny as there are various attempts to make battleships. And here you go, Star Trek Starfleet Command 2 game, the Ranger class carrier. And this is actually USS Ark Royal. I liked these ships. I liked the hangar system. I liked the fact that they were basically, well, to an extent, as you can see, they do look like a sort of adapted Constitution class. They do have a similar structure. And I just like them. They worked. They fit with the Starfleet general operation of things. You can carry a load of science ships, you can carry a load of shuttles, or you can carry a load of fighters. And they were useful. I have to admit, in the first Star Trek Starfleet Command, I used to love playing the, This is where I really find annoying, because I should really remember the various participants and groups that I was able to be in charge of. And I'm trying to remember who they were. Yeah, it was the Hydrons. The Hydron Kingdom I used to really love playing, because they had long-range guns, which were basically just, the normal kinetic kill systems in many ways. But you also had fighters. And I used to have fun with Hydron ships. There are some Lord Bishop class. Hydron Cruiser was one of my favourites. I would have a couple of those wandering around, and I would cause merry. I once had a fleet which was made up of about 3 of them, and that was all I had. And I was just going around going, hello, anyone want to fight me? Anyone? But when I got to Starfleet Command 2, actually the Federation ships had got better, and they had some fighters, decent fighters. But I have both these games still. I have managed to get them to work. People have sent me links to versions which you could get that would work with Windows, later versions of Windows, and they are good. they are, you know, good systems. They, you know, their systems have worked. And it was always the big gap I felt with Starfleet. You see, the thing is, I like Starfleet because it was based on the cruiser. You had the cruisers going off and going around, and it made sense. But for Starfleet as an organisation, if you consider the amount of disaster relief, etc., they do, and those sort of scenarios they do, having a carrier makes a lot of sense. You don't want it to be going off to the wild frontiers like the Galaxy class do, and exploration cruisers and going for big distances and all those things. But having a carrier, if you consider some of the more internal planets of the United Federations, the planets which have the larger populations, disaster relief for those is going to require a lot more assets than you can bring in even a group of Galaxy class. Whereas if you have a couple of modified, let's say you take your same basic frame as your exploration cruiser and you modify it to a carrier, well, as we already joked about the Galaxy class, you could do that with its internal volume, let alone if you add on any extra volume. You have a really useful ship for dealing with those. And it doesn't cost that much in development. That's right. I've watched Galactic Civilization as well. I mostly played 2. Of which Galactic Civilization, I lost track of which number Galactic Civilization is on. It's on Galactic Civilization 3. I played 1, 2, and 3. 3 is the latest version, and it might be up to 4. Is it up to 4? I thought it was on to 3. Oh, it is up to 4. It is up to 4. Oh, cool. Well, that's going to have to go into my I want to watch. I want it on Steam, but I'm not sure. The trouble is, at the moment, I have that's. The trouble is, and this is going to sound terrible. I have about £80 worth of books, of videos, games in Steam. Steam purchase, it's a thing to purchase, and I haven't bought any of them because I keep spending roughly, well, as I said, I spent roughly £215 on books for a video, etc. So this is causing me problems in my procuring of decent computer games. But I have to admit, I have had a lot of fun recently with the carriers I could build in Galactic Civilizations 3. I've done a lot of stuff with that. And, yeah. I have fun. I had fun with one of my good friends, my very, very good friends, who is a very well-versed Galactic Civilizations player, who built a absolutely beautiful ship and said, "Ah, your ships are missile heavy. You know, and you're not carrying that many of them. Your ships are fundamentally unbalanced." Then they found that I'd set all my ships to support roles, so they sat back as far on the screen as they could and pummeled missiles at them while launching their fighters, which would then go in and engage. So, yeah, it's the whole thing. Star Trek has carriers. Yes, in a lot of the wider description of Star Trek, they do have carriers, and as we talked about, the fighters on Star Trek do turn up in discussions on Deep Space Nine quite regularly. They are part of the discussions between Sisko and Golden Cat. They are part of the battle scenes, fighters, and yet the carriers are never mentioned on screen. There were apparently bits recorded talking about carriers, but they never explain what they are. And honestly, it's probably adapted Galaxy class. I used to play Starfleet Command 15 years ago. It's still a good game, and as said, when you can, the fact you can now download I think both versions cost me about £15 between them both to go and find them and download them, and they work. And I've run the bugs, software, etc., and nothing's been detected. So, and they're happy. They happily work away, and I get to play Starfleet Command on a computer which runs on Windows 11. What are you talking about is the ships that were designed for the Romulan evac that didn't happen because they attacked on Mars before Star Trek Picard. Odd that they should have built them from scratch. They should have to build them from scratch. Yeah, it suggests they don't have anything there, which would seem strange. But I think that was also due to the sheer volume of ships they needed to build, so evacuate a whole planet. For a lesser disaster where you don't have to evacuate a whole planet, a carrier would have been available, would have been sensible. H1, yes, originally Star Trek combat was missile cruiser like Andromeda with photon topics. Well, the fact is, Andromeda and Star Trek both come from Gene Roddenberry, as I always understood it. I thought Andromeda was the other series by Gene Roddenberry, and therefore that's why Andromeda ends up like it is. Alex doesn't get more gifts from me until he's finished building Belfast. Do you realise how many conversations I've had with Corby over Belfast? Even they're starting to say they're just gonna send me a new one. Because they sent me such a bad box. Oh, it's when you call up and you talk to them and they go, "Don't worry, we have your address on file now, Dr. Clarke." They're going, "It's Alex. You don't have to call me doctor." Oh no, we're noting it's a doctor. Okay. Going on, will the Halo Infinity be the ultimate fleet carrier that carries fighters and frigates, which also carry fighters, so its own fleet? Yeah, to be honest, there is part of me which thinks that Infinity is a very likely scenario of where you end up going. Where you have entire fleets basically in one ship. And I'm not saying this is anything soon, but I say this is long term. Because again, as the scenario I was talking about, if you've got something which is a major asset, like like the Infinity, you can't afford that to turn up somewhere unescorted. If there's any scenario where that can happen, where it turns up without frigates, you're in trouble. So if you can parasite some frigates onto the hull somehow, or take some frigates with you, so it's got some larger escorts, that is very sensible. And if they're all carrying fighters, great. You essentially just described the principle of LAC carriers from Aravas, lobbing super long-range missiles while LAC go close for energy weapons. It makes sense. And, in my doctrine, Galactic Civilizations, it makes sense because for me, especially, with the fighters I tend to build in like Civilization 3, a lot of the fighters are drone fighters. It's usually a 1-to-2 ratio of crewed to uncrewed systems. And that allows me to put a huge number out there. And that's what the enemy's having to deal with. The enemy's having to deal with the fact that most of my ships are, it turns into a scenario of they're dealing with 12 drones and 6 fighters from every single one of my huge ships. Because they all tend to be huge grade capital ships. I'm just going, huh? There's a lot of fighters here. Yeah. Hydra and Gatling phasers are nasty. They were really nasty in Starfleet Gatling Command. Again, I love them. Okay, that's funny, being on fire with Dr. Clarke. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times I try and say, it's Alex. No, it's Dr. Clarke.
Can your PC play Galactic Civilization 4? Yeah, this PC can play Galactic Civilization 4. This PC can play a lot. Because basically, I spec'd it up to doing the video editing. And that was a lot more a lot more graphics heavy than a lot of other things. And it's got more RAM than it probably needs for that. Because, as some of you will know, some of my videos are 2 to 3 hours long, and if you're editing them and putting them together, that requires a lot of RAM. A lot of RAM. Homeworld games. Oh, the Homeworld game series. Yes, I love those as well. I do. I have the Homeworld series. I have to admit, I have played far too many hours on the Homeworld series. And again, I do love it. I love that. I used to like that as much because I could move the things in different planes. So I could have I could do envelopes of fighters coming from all sorts of different directions on the enemy. It was fun. I'm always happy to consult with Kirby. I've chatted with them so much nowadays, I think they probably know me. Not sure if I think I might have already been inadvertently consulting with them before we've even done anything like that. Going on, I mean, albeit Trek fighters in large battles seem to be having a crew of a dozen or more people. Well, again, you have an idea that a fighter has to be a single crew ship. In a space scenario, it could well be more than that. In most of the scenarios where I've seen where there were fighters, not Defiant class vessels, which are not fighters, they're escorts, or maybe attack ships. You could possibly call them torpedo boats, but they're not fighters. Most of the fighter designs I've seen for Star Trek where they have had fighters, and again, I would go for, if you want to go and look up. The Federation attack fighter has a crew of 2. Thank you, Blackburn Maximus. I will do. And it has 3 torpedo launchers and 3 phaser emitters, plus deflector shields. The Federation attack fighter is an absolutely mean little ship. Peregrine class 2-seater, yeah. The Star Trek fighters, the proper fighters, are 1 to 2 seaters, and that again makes sense to me in a space fight because you'd want really a 2-seater. And I have a reason for this. It's one of the things again I like with the one issue which occasionally me and Glenn have had discussions about from his books is that he does like his single-seater fighters. And I'm not sure if I've got a long-range fighter in space, I'd want to have it as a solo crewed system. Because whilst I could have a lot of the systems could be automated, etc., and so I might not need a second person from the whole crewing perspective of operating systems. But from the whole perspective of the psychology, I think a 2-person crew might actually be better. It's one of the interesting things as well that they've discovered recently. As many of you might know, it used to be far more traditional for you to have 2-seater fighter aircraft and for strike roles, rather than a single-seater. You had a sort of a rear operator doing something, radar or observing or all sorts of things, and you had a pilot. And one of the things they have noted since they've gone down to single crew, and not enough that they've actually changed back to dual crew, but enough they're actually talking about it through, is that the levels of stress on the pilots on the single crew remaining have gone up dramatically. The levels of stress they're taking out because they're solo. They don't have that team bond, and that team bond used to do a lot for their emotional and psychological strength. I'm trying to say, someone needs to operate the ECM and calculate jumps. There's all sorts of things you can find for that second person to do. Even if they're a second pilot, really. And you know that is that's the reality you sort of you have come up and you can deal with. So then we have the Ark Royal series by Christopher Nuttall, and carriers do all sorts of missions in this, including sometimes solo missions, which I'm not keen on the concept of at all. Carrier running off solo is wrong to me on so many levels. Okay? And, you know, historically, it's not good when carriers have gone off solo. The British will testify to that. Even when they've gone off a couple of destroyers escorts, which is far less than they were supposed to have, and they even had in peacetime, as I think I used stats in the video I was talking about Glorious. If you consider in peacetime, when they were supposed to be travelling between positions on their own, they used to find themselves sailing just randomly in the company of at least half a flotilla of destroyers, so that's at least 4 destroyers, and usually a cruiser was wandering along the same route. And that was the peacetime. If we look at the escorts they tended to have assigned to them in exercises, and was doctrinally supposed to assign them, they could have 2 light cruisers and a full flotilla of destroyers. So that's 9 destroyers, because flotilla leader plus 8 destroyers, and 2 cruisers. That's 11 escorts. Again, we can think of what happens to Glorious in the scenario where she has 2 light cruisers and 9 destroyers with her. Do Sean Orson Nice now engage? Do they even think about engaging? They might well decide, well, we can bat aside these ships and get to the carrier. Can they bat aside them quickly enough before she launches aircraft? Or can they bat aside quickly enough before there's all sorts of signals going off? And 2 destroyers do enough damage to them. Imagine what 9 destroyers and 2 light cruisers would have done to them. That's a lot of torpedoes. That's a lot more smoke. That's a lot more ships engaging you. So long-range fighter planes are now R2-seater. There aren't, if you consider there aren't really any in production. If we consider the F-35, which is the only real aircraft in production in the West, and the Gripen is a single-seater, isn't it? From memory. Yeah, yeah, it's a single-seater, I think. Or there's some 2-seat operators. Ah, there's 2 in the D. There's 2 in the Jazz D. So I was wrong. The C has 1. The D has 2. And again, the E and the F. The 2 in the E, 1 in the E, and 2 in the F. So yeah, some of the longer range strike aircraft do are getting 2 in some of the developments. But the F-35, the F-22, Eurofighter, they're all single seat. F-18 depends on which one it is. E-18G is 2-seater, isn't it? I think the Super Growler is. And isn't it the F Super Hornet is, but the E isn't? E is single-seater? Because they replaced the C and the D. Can't imagine. Emotional support co-pilot. Yeah, I know that sounds strange. That sounds strange, but it works. I did just mention that because, as I said single version 2-seat. The Eurofighter DA4 is a 2-seater. Yeah, but Eurofighter. Oh god, the amount of advertising you see for these things. Yeah, I didn't see there were any combat 2-seater Eurofighters, but apparently maybe there are. Maybe some have managed to skip past me. F-15EX? Well, the trouble is the F-15 isn't really a new aircraft. As much as the EX is a really, really reworked airframe, it's kind of them going, yeah, we're doing the same thing. Super Lightning 2, make it a two-seater. Glorious was such an own goal. It was. It was a massive own goal. Honest, I'm still miffed the big Fed carriers are named MacArthur, Napoleon, Zhukov, while Nimitz is a command cruiser. Well, you know, the big Federation carriers, in nicest way, USS Ark Royal. Uses a single Falcon. The Rafael does for a two-seater model, but the Marine National uses a single-seater model. Most of the two-seater models are training aircraft, as I was thinking with the Eurofighters. But yeah, maybe there are some which actually do combat as well. Don't know if I'll be a fighter pilot if I can take one of my cats with me. Also, they would need small helmets and aviators.
Some faction US and Congress keep trying to push a Super F-14. Look, a Super F-14 would be fun to have, not necessarily fun to operate. I know there are some people saying the US Air Force spaceship of sixth generation might have up to 3 people. Well, that is the other thing. Once you have offloaded things and you are going to have drones and etc. uncrewed aircraft integrated into the combat system, it might well be sensible. The thing is, bringing back the second person does make things necessarily more sensible, because you have someone to watch the drones. Yeah, they have a Galaxy class called Warspite. During the, she single-handedly stopped the Borg invading during the Dominion War. Not Voyager, Warspite. Nice way. If you had a Galaxy-class starship called Warspite, A, she stopped paying attention to her command, her crew, and you should read the Warspite in this series. And B, I'm just going to put this out there, she would probably, just saying this, go off and actually counter-invade the Borg. Let's be honest, the whole reason you can keep Warspite under control for the Royal Navy is you control her access to fuel. Starship level Warspite, you don't even have that level of fun. If the UK had built 4 QE carriers, what would the 4th be called? You see, I would like it to be Hermes, but it could well be Eagle. It would be Queen Elizabeth, Prince of Wales, Ark Royal, and either Eagle or Hermes. Janeway and Warspite. Paul, stop scaring yourself. That's just that's nice way. That would be the ultimate. That would be the ultimate human Warspite hybrid. Janeway in it. Let's be honest, the only captain who commits more or goes closer to committing actually probably does commit actual war crimes is Cisco. In Forest, if the Captain of Glorious hadn't died, would it have been a court-martial? Yes. He lost his ship, that's an automatic court-martial. What happens in that court-martial is going to be up to interpretation and up to the events, but it would have been an automatic court-martial. You lose your ship, there's automatically a court-martial. Oh, sorry. Ships in Star Trek need antimatter as primary fuel, so you do. Not if you're able to take the antimatter off other ships. And I wouldn't put Warspite past that.
It's a war crimes against humans and all. The trouble is, we do have, for definition, that the trouble is it was against humans. We do have definitions for against humans. They're called legitimate conscience. And, of course, this is the helicarrier. The shield helicarrier. Now, I have to admit, this caused me a lot of trouble. Mainly because when you first see these ships, one of these ships, it's underwater. And then, presumably, just because of operating in water, I'm going to guess that the rotors are stored somehow against the side of the hull to provide it with some form of version of streamlining if we go over water. Because let's say if they're just kept down low and out like they are, and it's going through the water, that's a good way to get yourself into all sorts of trouble with the ocean. As well as allowing massive amount of saltwater corrosion to take place about them. You can sort of protect them slightly more if they're up against the hull. And then they just go up. And these ships are, well, we have versions which are supposedly almost battleships as well as carriers. We have the fact that the whole idea of the helicarrier is it's this great thing for operating around the Earth. But let's be honest, is it really? You're putting a giant target up in near-Earth orbit. Pretty much. In fact, it's closer to near-Earth orbit because it's within the breathable atmosphere for quite a lot of its time. And in return, what's it, you know, there is advantages to having the high ground. But the helicarrier is probably in the worst possible position because it's spaceship-sized, but not operating at the distance at which spaceship helps. Take care, Glenn. Good luck. Sorry, man. USS Johnson is sinking glorious. Did the Sharnos battleship survive? Probably still. If it's just Johnson on its own, as good as it is, and that's the way they probably still survive, and Johnson still probably goes down. But it's like having a single tribal there. It's going to cause fun, but I don't think it's going to change the actual outcome of the battle. It's just going to be a case of, wow, that ship fought hard. As it was, the ships which were there were highly decorated in terms of their performance. Helicarrier does look good. I think it was in Avengers 1 where I saw an F-35 launch from one carrying a nuclear missile. And I was going, oh, that's fun. That's going to give someone an absolute happy day, because that's an F-35B, theoretically. And it's carrying a nuclear warhead. Great, that's gonna give someone ideas. Firstly, it shouldn't have an angle deck, but it shouldn't have an angle deck, but two staggered launch and landing. I hate to go against. Well, yeah, there is that great fun that if you consider the theoretical back deck, which should be the landing deck, if you miss that one, you go straight into the forward port side rotor. I mean, really? Who thought that was a good idea? To be angled, you're flying straight into that, and you can see that with both of the two lower pictures quite disturbingly well. You really can. And even the higher the picture at the sort of the top left of the screen, yeah, this is in terms of carrier capabilities. This is an idea of, wow, this looks cool. And it is the rule of cool. It does look very cool. Then you go, hang on, how does this work in reality? And that's before we get on to the fact that the hull shaping of this wonderful asset. Half-Life ABC, lovely science fiction. Have you covered the best characters from science fiction? Yes, Secutor and Inventor classes have been covered. Not the Tan Falcon Kaiser classes, but the Secutor and Inventors have been. Fun fact, the nuclear missile in Avengers 1 is, in fact, JSOW, yes, Joint Standoff Weapon, and marked as such by the Iron Man. A glide bomb with no propulsion, or ability to accept a nuclear warhead. Pretty much that does explain the JSOW. JSOW is conventional all the way. It's one of the reasons why they can be stored so many places, and doesn't have a propulsion system. It's fun. Fortunately, the best use in the films of those helicopters were dropping one on Deadpool. That was cool. Yeah, but the trouble is that's not going to kill him, is it? Because it's Deadpool. These sort of flying aircraft carriers are just dumb. Only makes sense if you're trying an airship carrier. I'm not sure. Enjoy Half-Life VC. Enjoy. The thing is, these are a sort of scenario where someone has thought of, oh, we need a carrier. Okay. But they haven't thought what they need a carrier for. And the thing is a helicarrier is it sounds so cool, because in the period where it's being written, helicopters, carriers, fuse the two together. It's cool. But especially when you consider that's literally sucking stuff in, because it's pushing air down to keep it up. So you fly over that, you're literally going to get sucked into it. No, it's not good. It's not good under any circumstances. Hi, George Newman. Just wasting a whole helicarrier just to get you a few minutes of peace from Deadpool seems like a waste of a helicarrier. Would you trust a quadrant on the notion that a space warship named Warspite will not improvise an AM quad generator, an antimatter generator? It's the only. Minus G.I. glaring at Shield. We get one conventional carrier. You have really expensive heli carriers with stealth fields and no more black budget for US. Let's be honest. The stealth fields just about give them a chance of surviving. Because otherwise they are huge targets with nowhere to hide. And that's a problem. I'm sorry to hear that, Cartoon Man 154. Pictures of tornadoes ripped through Wright-Patterson Air Force Base's restoration hangar. Without Star Wars anti-grav repulsors, you can't build that flying carrier. The nicest way, why are you building that flying carrier? Turbos from his fans, yeah, it is just... The whole thing about it is rule of cool, not rule of practicality. Captain Scarlet, I did consider putting in the Captain Scarlet, but it's not really such a carrier as a floating station. It is a carrier, but it's not a carrier because it's skybase. And it literally just stays up there. In World War II, how would you use an airship with 2 to 4 fighters be for combating U-boats? It wouldn't have hurt. You could have positioned it above a carrier, above convoy and it could have used its fighters to wander around and refueled them, etc. if it worked. But the trouble is, at its base point, it's not going to carry enough, and it's going to be a very difficult way to do it, considering the winds and the other issues you're going to have to deal with. Whereas, that's the advantage of an escort carrier. The more I look at it, less it makes sense to me, because it looks like a quadcopter Kitty Hawk class with an absurd amount of top weight. Exactly, that is pretty much what it is. Well, hang on, if we're now on the shield carrier, I'm not wondering if the Valiant from Doctor Who will be making an appearance. You never know. To be honest, in that universe, it's a waste of resources. You've got men with shields who can take things down on their own, and it's theoretically low down on the power pole. Although it's Cap, so he wins.
Oh yes, Captain America has how many advantages? How do I put this? Yeah. I'm not gonna say he has plot armor, but he does strike me a bit of HMS New Zealand going on there. Of having fighters and the carriers in space is a sensible concept. Actually, it is. Okay, so if we get down to the whole point of having parasite craft in space, consider them force multipliers. They give you multiple axes of attack. They might not be. They are probably going to be smaller, not as long range, and not long range. And your method of keeping them together for operations is by having a carrier. So ensuring they all turn up in the same system together. You're also presuming that if you have fast and light travel, you can scale it down to something small enough to fit into a fighter. And it's depending on its cost analysis, it's going to be cheap enough that you can fit it to multiple ships. If you can't do either of those things, carriers make a lot of sense. So there are a lot of reasons to have a carrier. Plus, basically consider a carrier as more of an, this is why we went with the definition we did go. You know, a carrier, if we go back to the definition we started off with. A vessel which devotes a large portion of its volume to the operation and recovery of parasite craft, which provides primary means of both attack and defense. The whole point about parasite craft is they are cheap and to an extent expendable. And therefore, if you lose them, but you don't lose the carrier, which is your big important thing, that's good. That allows you to that saves your wider force. So the thing is, as long as you can make vessels which are cheaper to lose than your main ship, yeah, you're going to want parasite craft. Well, their performance will be a lot closer. You're presuming their performance is going to be a lot closer based on what? Yeah, I can see why you're trying to get it, but also there's thing about the structural integrity. I can build something which is smaller and going to take a smaller crew far more solidly than I can build something which is going to be in terms of larger. And the thing is, if I've got any form of gravity mechanisms etc. on the ship, I could well be putting it through its own G-forces. There are lots of reasons to have that capability. Less so true fighters is also possible. Missile trucks, carriers do also the same. The ability to deploy in space launch frees up space from launch tubes. Yeah. And basically, if you start thinking of fighters as a sort of World War I, World War II fighter, rather than the modern concept where they can drop missiles, bombs, they can do the air defense role, think of them as force multiplication assets. They can spread out your firepower, maybe do mine laying, all sorts of things. And parasite craft could also be uncrewed, which can make them even more maneuverable. Because the squidgy organic bit, even in space, can get a bit weird. There are lots of advantages. Actually, I know in one of Glenn's books, he does do the whole thing of using the multiple fighters to provide you with a larger sensor platform scenario. Interesting. Yes, but Mark Willis, don't take this wrong way. There's a huge difference in the performance characteristics of a battleship and a fast torpedo, a fast attack boat. Huge differences in their operational characteristics. One you could be talking twice to 3 times the speed as the other, so that's not really the same. And performance characteristics, again, and this is the other problem with a larger craft. How many of those can I afford to build versus affording to build smaller craft that can go on it? So let's say I have a larger craft and I want to position it, I want to place it in things, and I want to do certain things with it. How many of those can I afford to build and send? Is that going to provide me with enough ability to cover enough area? If it's not, then it's going to need parasite craft to assist it. Yeah, but in the nicest way, carriers don't just... Again, the whole thing about parasite craft is, like, carriers, if you're looking at the definition, that definition also covers quite a lot of amphibious ships. So, for marine assaults and those sort of things. So again, there's a lot of things to have those things. And you're looking at it from the point of view of fast. Probably the fastest things are going to be uncrewed assets like missiles. And then fighters, if you have them, they're going to be missile boats that are going to give you missile launching capacities from other angles. So basically your ship is going to be here, maybe launching its missiles or systems and firing from here. Well, the fighters are going to allow you spread out and launch from up here and down here, as well as launching from here. So you've got 3 angles of attack on the enemy formation. So you're thinking of fighters like, and I'm using that phraseology because it's easier phraseology to get into and understand, but it's not thinking about it in the same way. So consider them sort of more of maneuver assets and force multiplication assets. So silent-based styles in Galactica 203 are quite good example carriers, reliant on their spacecraft primary defense, hit by a battleship close up, bye-bye. Yeah, to an extent, yeah. The whole thing is, it's a way of keeping the fight away from your primary ship. And that's the thing about that's why I think actually in space combat, carriers make more sense. Because especially if you consider what's your best lifeboat in the sea is your own ship. As long as your ship's afloat, that's your safest position. Getting in a lifeboat is actually far more dangerous than if your ship is staying afloat and is fine. And it's even more so in space. So you want to keep your primary asset, your ship, as safe and as far away from potential damage and risk as possible. Parasite craft are a great way of doing that. Just because you're going, well, it's not as far. It can be as fast and maneuverable. Yes, but do I want it to be as fast? Do I want it to be in that scenario? Do I want it to be in that level of risk, that level of threat? I don't. Because risking that ship, that crew, that asset is expensive. Whereas parasite craft are something I can afford to risk. They can do the closer attack runs with the guns. You know, with whatever weaponry you have. How do you find a vacuum? Well, that's going to be an interesting thing, but I have done some simulations, worked with some people who are simulating working through this, and honestly, there are various, there actually have been some fairly good TV programs about this. The Expanse was one of them, but, you know, you can get very, very interesting in terms of your maneuverability and where you position yourselves. So the thing is, even if you can get past normal fuel problems and away from the rocket thrust in space exploration is a thing, small craft equals easier to accelerate and get a position. Yeah, but also it's far easier to make a smaller craft more stealthy. It's far easier to make a smaller craft disappear even in space. So there's lots of advantages to having those parasite craft. And again, the big thing about parasite craft, and it's not in terms of the capability of ships versus aircraft or something like that. It's you're talking about keeping your combat as far away from your primary asset as possible, and that makes sense in space. You don't want your carrier. You don't want your primary spaceship in combat, especially a ship which is your primary command and control asset or all sorts of things, in to be close to combat. You want it to be combat effective and have capabilities. You don't want it to be. You don't want it to be. How do I put this? You don't want it to be something which is in the thick. It is in the thick of the fighting. And yes, Colin Cameron, a uncrewed parasite craft can also be its own kill vehicle. Mark Wilkes, depends on the weapons. If you do not have energy weapons, guided missiles will be the way to go, as a relatively slow delta V of bullets and how huge distance involved makes hitting impossible. It depends on how things develop. Remember, we do have working railguns. The trouble is making them work in terms of the metallurgy of the barrels. But these are quite far off the topics. I would also add that there are all sorts of things which could come about, and one of the reasons why I stick very far away of discussing weapon systems, especially future weapon systems, is because if you'd ask someone in the 1900s, they wouldn't have had, in 1900, if you'd asked them what the primary weapon system on the battlefield was going to be in 1915, they'd have got it wrong. Unless you want to slag a planet, it's hard to control and attack with one soldier. There are all sorts of advantages of having multiple systems, avenues of attack. And that's the main advantage of a parasite system. Plus, it allows your ships to stand off. That is its very big advantage. It allows you to stand off. Hello, Goobs. I just wandered in and just heard about the space version of Outer Air Battle. That's because basically that's what you want to do in space. You do not want to have the fight taking place on your ships. Because space will kill you even more than the sea will. I say I am actually just also checking my F4U for detail specification, because the £4,000, if I remember correctly, with weapons isn't as pure £4,000.
Kind of interesting once you start going through it. Bombs, no on that one. Not on that one. Not on that one. Bomber version. Yeah, it seems to me that, and I will send you a link to. Let me see if I can find the original link. Click on that. Click on that. It's on my server. We'll save it in an Excel spreadsheet. And yeah. I think the challenge is what the propulsion technology happens to me. Yeah. If you can use the same propulsion technology for both, why have a carrier at all? Again, what kind of scale of force can you take with you? Let's think about it this way. If you're talking about intergalactic space travel, if you're going between galaxies, if you are off by 1,000th of a degree, and your distances between galaxies when you're traveling, your force can arrive so spread out it's almost practically impossible for them to coordinate. It's going to take days, weeks for them to configure. Whereas if you have a carrier, let's say you have a couple of carriers, well, it doesn't matter. They are basically their own task forces, and when they coordinate together, that's great. But they can take they can take far more time, and they've got their own parasite craft. If you are talking about in terms of operations, do you want ships? Do you want to take the full ship into problems if you're doing reconnaissance? Now, if we consider the sheer amount of times in Star Trek and various other science fictions, as they often show, the plot is often, we took our big ship in, now we have problems. Why did you take the big ship in? Because we were stupid and because it drove the plot story forward. Why didn't you take a little ship in? Because we were stupid and it drove the plot story forward. The point is, you need the big ship because you might need those ranger capabilities, especially the further away you are getting from home. Because you're probably going to need wider skill sets to analyze all the information and maintain things. Because the more complicated something gets, there tends to be more people with different skill sets you need. And as much as you automate systems, that can create its own requirements for people. And so having parasite craft, so you don't have to risk your primary craft, so you can keep combat at a distance, so you can keep science at a distance, so you can do all the things from a distance and give yourself safety, because in space, the best defense is space itself. It is the distance. We have covered Aventus. One of the rights seemed to have said that he believed the aircraft could prevent wars because you could see any army coming. There are always claims about all sorts of fun things. Well, again, you're presuming you can see your opponent at tens of thousands of kilometers, at thousands of kilometers distance. The rail guns, there's been all sorts of testing done on them. There's been some really interesting ones. I would say there's also been testing done with the Gauss guns, especially by the Chinese. And that's some really interesting stuff going on with those speeds. And yeah, if they're moving at 10 kilometers a second, yeah, but that's only a function of maths to many respects. And the rail guns, what are you firing at your opponent? How big do you need to be firing? How big a spread can you achieve? What are you firing? Because let's be honest, if you're going fast enough in space, you don't have to be that big. or that heavy, or that, you know, that big to cause a big damage. So you're thinking of railguns as firing a single projectile. I'm thinking of firing something which turns into many, many, many projectiles spread over a wide area. There are lots of options for these things. But again, I would say I'd still prefer to have I'd still prefer to have Parasite Craft to do most of the fighting, rather than have my primary vessel do the fighting. Because if I risk my primary vessel, there are all sorts of problems. Even better, in Trek they have long-range probes they can launch from the torpedo ships that they almost never use. I know, it's annoying. Every time they come up with them, they seem to come up with a new mark of torpedo. Oh, we're going to launch a Mark IV probe, or a Mark... And you're sitting going, oh, really? You finally got one of those? Oh, cute. It's not about damage, it's about healing. Yes, but if you've angled right, you've got your acceleration coupled with the acceleration of the gun, which should give you more than enough acceleration to actually hit the target. It's also computing where the target's going to be. And, yeah. It's not an easy task, but it's also not one which we haven't dealt with before. Someone on a project on Apollo, Pullman or Sheriffing, who not many you couldn't say were right, point out that if the rocket was 0.1 of a degree off, then it's going to be a bad day for the crew. Yep. Star Trek, why not beam down a robot drone? Oh, I know. I mean, seriously. Why never send down drones? They're just terrible. Don't take this the wrong way, Markwell, but actually, that was done for quite a lot of history, and it was actually quite successful. Usually it's a slingshot, though, rather than it's a sling, not just chucking the rock. I have to admit. So you said it would be like hitting a person on a horse from a horse, throwing a rock. Well, if you're using a sling, it works. And yeah. Also, if these things are coming towards you, it does tend to make things a little bit easier as well. But we'll leave that to one side. Who knows what things going to be like? There's a whole lot of space combat details which we have to consider before we get into this. No, things are rarely stationary in space. It's one of the reasons why I enjoyed doing astrophysics. So, everything is not working at the same speeds, Mark. You're presuming everything is working at the same speeds. You're presuming the ship is as fast as a railgun projectile. You've presumed you've got enough speed and momentum and capability to keep your ship moving at that speed. You haven't slowed down the ship. You aren't in orbit. You aren't doing any of those things. You aren't presuming all those things. You are presuming everything is going at the speed that you have decided it should be going at. And the reality is it's probably not going to be so neat. But, yeah. Anyway, Empire Rising. Now, this is another series. Carriers arrive kind of late in the series, but they carry Spitfires. And there's a canonical reason is because no one else has managed to develop small engines until they get to them. Until they find basically another detached section of human race which actually had developed them.
Okay. No. Mark. That was kind of interesting. When you said that to me 3 kilometers a second, railguns most railguns in testing have exceeded Mach 3 kilometers a second. That's Mach 8.8, and that's with current tech on land. So, current tech on Earth, on planet. Who knows what we'd achieve in space? Okay, so again, I'm enjoying your passion for the topic, but not. You've got a lot of information, but it's not quite there, I'd say. I can see where you're coming from, but you have to factor in a few more things to actually get the variables correct. So, in the Empire Rising series, they are carriers, as I said, fighters do arrive late, but they carry all sorts of things, including. Well, let's go. Just look for. You have to read it to believe it, but some of the naming of the aircraft really doesn't fit with what they're doing. Yeah, Spitfires in Space was a Dalek episode, but they carry Spitfires. Their fighters are called Spitfires, and yeah, it's the Empire Rising. I enjoy the series. I do enjoy their use of the carriers and the ships. When they do have carriers, eventually they do make sense. It starts off mostly as a missile and BAM sort of ship fighting series, where they're using the missiles and trying to get into missile range, but eventually do manage to start to go with some actual innovative fighting distances. So it's a good series. It has good content in it. It's worthwhile reading, I'd say. I would say it does have quite a lot of a storyline going on it, and I'm not going to give too much away when I say the big bad turns out to be everyone's pet annoyance at home, and something which you have probably spent a lot of your life working out whether to kill or put in the garden or out the window. And then, of course, we have Stargate, the Wraith Hive ship. Now, that is kind of interesting to me. On a couple of levels. One, I'd say it's interesting because it's organic. It's the first ship we've seen in sci-fi which has been sort of other than the Leviathans in Farscape, which were organic. And the thing is about Leviathans is they were sort of their own creatures. They were space-dwelling creatures in many ways that people just found a way to use their ships. Probably genetically engineered, in fact, undoubtedly genetically engineered to be so, but, you know, they're disparate enough that people could claim they could probably claim they weren't. With the Wraith hive ships, we know how they grow. They are completely organic. They start off by infecting, usually a humanoid, and then they expand to take over everything and slowly morph into that. Most of all on shadow ships and Babylon 5 are organic. Yeah, but they're also another weird level of organic. It's just... it's fun. There's all sorts of organic, and there's organic. And honestly, the Wraith ships, they have... a sort of genetic overprint. And that's the interesting thing, because the other thing for them is that they are become technically a hive ship, because rather like a hive, it really is a hive ship, because it really is a hive. Because the Wraith themselves tend to put themselves off into little cells and put themselves into incubation, almost in them. And they're sharing nutrients, which creates a whole new level of interesting scenario in that, are the Wraith themselves the parasite craft of the hive ship? It becomes, once you consider realize most of the Wraith are drones and are literally controlled what to do by the psychological presence of the queens and the princes, as we should probably call them. Very quickly things get interesting once you start looking at these ships. Because at a certain point, therefore, the Wraith drones are parasites on these ships. They are parasite units they are deployed. They have their own fighters, and sometimes they fly their fighters, which are further parasite craft. It's a very interesting scenario from the whole point of a carrier. There's a whole sorts of discussion going on in the chat. And I'd add with the Wraith hive ship, this is something we always had about it. It was always a fight against organics because it wasn't perfect. And there's the whole thing about turning them into a super hive, where the middle bit gets filled in, where they get far more armor, etc. When they get the power system from the ancients, they get their power. Once they get their power supplies and their ZPMs, they're able to turn them into far more powerful vessels. And at a certain point, you sit there and look at it and go, well, that suggests, and doesn't bring up the question of, if these were genetically designed by the Wraith, if they are genetically designed by the Wraith, then, and I mean this in all seriousness, why did they make them so bad? They have so many limiting factors. And I know, of course, it does help the TV show that they need to drop out of hyperspace regularly and when they're not super highs in order to replenish, because the going at into hyperspace damages the structure. And there's all sorts of things which do take place because they're of their organic nature. But still, it's a quandary. If you're genetically engineering something, why haven't you tried to figure out these problems yourself before you start going, oh, let's include enemy technology? Hello, Diego.
The organic method of Wraith ships also of use because it hit a normal undership ship with a railgun. It's a problem. Wraith ship can tank it. Need nukes or plasma beams to kill it. True. And also, I'd argue because of its interesting internal structure. That's the thing. It's an organic structure. Zoning 3434. Would you classify mobile suit carriers as carriers? Which science fiction scenario are we talking about? Where are we in? In which universe? Because there is one I know where mobile suit carriers are definitely not carriers. They are more like shuttlecraft, designed to operate from other ships, and there is one where they could be. Yeah. Probably as well as their fight against the ancients. After all, the drones can go through everything, so having a ship that can repair itself is useful. It is. It does self-repair. It does organically repair. And again, though, that means nicest way before someday I am going to do a video on ancient ships and just how bad they were. But I think that's going to be as a year of leadership one going. These are races which really should not have been allowed to have warships. Gundam franchise. I'd have to look that up. I will look it up now. In fact, you're asking me this scenario question does suggest to me probably it is. It would seem like it. It would certainly seem like they are mobile suit carriers are carriers. So what I'm hearing is the space carriers are more like HMS Unicorn actually than HMS Ark Royal. Potentially. I'd have to go look that up again, turning free for free. But I'd say from what I've read of the Gungans, the Gundam franchise, they do look like carriers. Well, organic and self-repairing is neat, but not as useful as often posed in sci-fi. Being able to quickly repair something with spare parts has its advantages too. Honestly, I'm gonna prefer that as well. I have a reason for this. See, the thing is, it's organic, yes, and that's lovely. But that means my whole ship can get a virus. And whilst on a ship the computers can get a virus, and that's annoying, but that's very different than if the walls get a virus. And many races and many things are proficient at producing viruses of an organic nature. Let's be honest, the basic organic, if you got a hive ship like this where you're sharing your chemistry, if you just happen to have, and they never did this because they always said Wraith healing is so strong that it doesn't affect them, but it then showed what happens when they did pick up a virus from planet. Admittedly, it was planted in the human population, they took it off them, and then they got aboard their ship and it caused all sorts of problems. But, you know, all things being said, I prefer a ship which isn't going to lose, which is hopefully not going to start rearranging itself if it gets a cold. Matron, the ancients had good tech but silly. The Asgards at least had some sanity bar the clone thing. The clone thing was an attempt to be immortal. And sad enough, we can all see that. It's a cautionary tale against immortality. For the Asgard. But the ancients are... They believe their own hubris. They believe their own hubris. You know, that's the problem. They really do believe their own hubris, and that is the first problem for any race, believing your own hubris, believing you are as great as you think you are. I think the biggest problem Dave Harrison, Verdun, etc. with the Asgard and their whole desire, their reliance on cloning, was the fact that they didn't identify the potential risks from the beginning. They didn't take, you know, there's the thing is that one of the things that they showed, again, it's a hubristic thing, but they banked nothing on it failing. What you'd have possibly done is keep genetic examples of your original bodies around, keep the genetic data. You know, the Asgard have huge databases, they have huge abilities with cloning and all sorts of things. Are you telling me they couldn't have kept on some file somewhere the entire genetic coding breakdown of exactly what their race looked like before they started tinkering around with it? At no point did anyone think, hang on, we've got all this data, we should really store that somewhere. And maybe have it, so that we can produce a clone based on that template before we muck around with it. But they don't. From the digital template. They're going, oh, because we're making copies of copies of copies. And you're going, why are you making copies of copies of copies? Why didn't you keep the copy of the original one? Because yes, they will break down over time, copies of copies of copies of copies. And some people turn around and say, well, it's due to the it's due to the replicators. And I go, no. The problem was around before the replicators. That's one of the reasons why the replicators became such a problem. Because the Asgard were distracted trying to solve this other problem. So there I go. No, it's a case of, okay, so I'm going to do this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to store over there, maybe in some really interesting vats and a secure space, because I've got the facilities to keep something in storage, some of the original bodies. And I'm going to store the data elsewhere. Maybe I'll store these things in multiple places. Yeah, maybe I will. Just in case. Even Joy just buy a general neutral gel packs got invented at one point. Yes, they did. Didn't the ones on Enterprise produce their own life forms at one point? I seem to remember Data got inhabited by them. And yes, trucks beat horses because you can build a truck straight away. You can build them to order and it takes a lot less time than breeding horses. Yeah, there's many reasons for actually keeping a good original backup copy. Books are useful. Again, the thing is, could they not have data slates? It's just, yeah. It's one of those scenarios where you sit there and go, if you're going to bet your whole race on this, has no one thought about doing a backup option? You know, you just like to be the person in the room going, excuse me, everyone. Supreme Commander 4. Yes, Supreme Commander 4. I know you're very intelligent. I agree, you're amazing. You're brilliant.
But small issue, just a small issue. Should we maintain a backup option? I'm quite happy to run the backup option. I will organise the backup option. So we have a backup just in case in a few thousand years this goes wrong. I know we're all great, but life might happen and who knows what could go wrong. What we need is take a reasonable, just to store this, okay? What do you think? Anyone disagree with that idea of just maintaining a backup option? No, you don't want to. You absolutely sure? No, you think you're perfect. Okay, okay, we're all perfect. What happens if we're not perfect? For example, I have been known to eat too much rich food and let loose flatulence. It's very bad of me, I know, but I enjoy the rich food occasionally. That means I'm not perfect. And if me acknowledging that means that, frankly, we should probably plan for that things might go wrong because we might not be as perfect as we presume. Oh, you're just going to fix my ability to take rich food in the new body. Oh. I know you can do that, yes. But I still think... Oh, you just... Okay, alright. Fine. Supreme Commander. Going on, the same network had some of the riders that the virus attacking organic ships had no protection with the in Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, there's all sorts of things. Again, they have so many issues with that. It was nanites, nanite pairs eating the processing chips. Oh. I do. Some Asgard really long ago probably did some cost cutting and tossed out some old surplus data to reuse the storage rivals for recycled space components. That's probably the most realistic option. The fact that you can say that honestly, it honestly does sound correct to me. Honestly, someone believes, oh, we're never going to need this. And then again, why didn't you have it stored somewhere where idiots can't get to it? And I mean idiots as to include well-meaning people with bright ideas. It needs to be a version of villain support called Flea Sport. I do enjoy villain support. I do. I could have many ideas for how they could run these things. Because trust me, I could do hero support for these entire fleets, or villain support for the entire Star Wars. And frankly, the amount of issues which go wrong, it would be amazing. Ay, caramba. And finally, we have, for the carriers, probably the most famous space carrier of all, Battlestar Galactica. They have, and every time someone makes anything idiot-proof, someone else invents a better idiot. That's sadly very true. But there are ways to prevent people from having the good idea theory from hitting. The Dutch ministry just announced they will replace the frigates with 4 new ones next decade, planned to build locally. Oh, that'll be good. Probably they'll be built by Damon, which means they'll be good ships. Now, Galactica herself is a carrier in the true sense of words. Yes, she has all sorts of weapons, but her whole purpose of her parasite aircraft, her group, is to keep the enemy combat as far away from the fleet as possible. And that makes sense. Because you don't want to get into a fight with these ships. They're all civilian ships. You don't want them in a fight. And most of the politician wants the data stored only on their planet, or they won't vote for the cloning. Then years later, another politician comes along getting rid of the data as cost cutting measure. Yeah, there's all so much fun. Everyone, super evil villain support, you say. What else do you think Drac is one of his best friends? Look, don't take this the wrong way, but me and Drac between ourselves, if we actually decided that we could be bothered with the paperwork, could probably do something really nasty and take over the world. And by nasty, I mean just mildly confuse the politicians enough that they vote for us to do it. We wouldn't, because do you know the amount of paperwork it would take to run the world? This is the classic thing which has defeated people like myself and Drac from actually running the world. Because we'd actually, if we were doing it, would actually want to do it properly, which means we actually have to handle the paperwork, which means, no, we don't want to do it. You can, no, Florida man proof is very different from idiot proof. The game, and so partially in Galaxy, partially probably. Well, wait. You're saying that your scouting force commander is sending back nonsense signals. Have you tried signaling for an update? You have. Yeah, BT. So the Asgard. I'm not sure. I think honestly, looking at the Asgard, I would say it's more considering the amount of resources they use an entire planet to try and trap the replicators. I can't imagine that being a treaty sanctioned thing. So I think it's an honestly, for me, with the Asgard, it's a supreme science thing. They have so much faith in their science, it can never go wrong. And the thing is, I love science, and I love the scientific method, and a lot of other things which, does involve. But one of the first things of scientific method is you always bank on, well, what happens if people don't follow the process correctly? What happens if if it goes wrong? What are the variants which can come across this? And so you always try and have a control. And that's the thing. When you've gone ultimately down the zone so you don't even have a control. They didn't have a control. They didn't have, and as I said, a control would have been a copy of an original just kept in freezer. And a few of them. Because again, if you're betting your whole civilization on this, again, it's just sensible. Just pinky in the brain. Architect, do it. No. Hey, all those radios set working. Great. It's good to hear that you've been getting good range out of them. That's interesting. You're getting intercepts more often? My goodness, we have the heavily armed battle cells for almost impenetrable flak. And the unarmored base stars, armed with missiles, only that get shot down by that flak. It is a beautiful television series. So symbiotic. You could pay people to do the paperwork. Do I trust them to do the paperwork? That's the trouble. Blackbeard Maximus, on the other side, cheap and readily available iron brew if you and Drac take over the world. That is a temptation, definitely. I do agree the LPX is an interesting program for the Dutch. Oh, MP proof is just taking too far, Steve. MP proof. That's a whole level beyond. Just keeps them out of the way. I do realise the 70s one is better. I prefer to look at the 70s aesthetic one, but when I was hunting for pictures for this, and considering I had to take my own bedroom apart, and still we couldn't do the work today, last night. And when I say take my bedroom apart, if you remember from the videos, there are bookshelves
all around. Well, all the bookshelves have had to be moved because the entire front third of the bedroom had to have its floor taken up. Well, had to have access to its floor to try and get in there. It's only once we got all the carpet up and got all the inlay up, we found that, oh, good lord, those are the only floorboards in the entire house which have been nailed down rather than screwed down. Oh, great. So, guess what my weekend's looking like? I'm going to be getting a load of nails out of the floorboards. It's brilliant fun. Have you been broadcasting? Yeah, the Germans never. Let's put it this way: the Germans in 2 world wars never realised they can turn down the broadcasting volume. It's brilliant. Okay, it helps the British so much. Oh, too, the Asgard themselves even admitted that they were too reliant on science and their way out of trouble and need help with more primitive ways of thinking and problem solving. Well, let's be honest. And with the Battlestar Galactica and the entire Galactic Fleet, you have got an enemy who has previously tried to put an entire program into your fleet and cause it to knock it out, and you decide systems, and you decide to do an integrated battle fleet network that would allow such a thing to take place. Only a politician could make that decision, and even then, only probably a politician in a set of politicians in the movies, in the cinema, because in reality, you'd have the politicians pushing for that. You'd have the other politicians who were on the payroll of another company pushing for a different integrated system. Hang on, please no. And you have a third group of politicians who were paid for the people who wanted the ships to have the independent systems. And so you end up with a hodgepodge of ships having multiple systems. If anyone looks, that's why the Royal Navy may or may not have about 3 command and control systems currently going for its fleet. I will not speak as to the veracity of or the likelihood of that scenario was what led to this. John Shea, random question. What military hardware could be bought and or operated for $140 billion? A lot. You're talking aircraft carriers and the full air group. My goodness, I'm not serious. Yeah, there's so many holes in Battlestar Galactica. It's the ships are lovely. The game's fairly good. The actual series is full of so many holes it could be Swiss cheese. No, sorry, it's why they were for Ask Carter and not O'Neill. They needed dumb ideas, but not that dumb. It's always great when even your allies say that about you. But let's be honest, O'Neill's dumb ideas work sort of disturbingly often. It suggested that quite a lot of races had forgotten that, well, sometimes straightforward, keeping it simple does work. So, the Surrey class without World War II getting in the way are interesting. I'm probably going to see the first 2 enter service in 1940 and second 2 in service by 1942. But by then they'll be outclassed. Yep. You're correct. There's a comic series where one of the supervillains is a mega genius for the supervillain who actually understands the 101 things the supervillain should not do. One of his early actions was to trick all his employees to form a actual union that he has no control of. That makes life useful. Blood on Steel actually has an actual colonial attack fleet from the First World, so you can see the small shore ships. Yeah.
Oh, there are many reasons to go to Colonel Carter than O'Neill. Let's be honest. Could communicate better. Tended to not be quite so obsessed with food. Rarely, if ever, decided to start a random fight with a wall. And I'm a big fan of O'Neill. And even I think... I have to still will always say my favourite section with O'Neill in Stargate is when him and Teal'c are playing golf. Through the Stargate. That is one of my favourite episodes. And yeah, Fargo does a good run. The second time they're trying to solve the problem and just give up. They do try and solve the problem occasionally, but they take time off as well. See, like, Alice, I have a best space carrier Friday for you. TARDIS with hangar doors. Yeah, that's going to cause someone trouble. But the whole thing was the TARDIS was supposed to be able to change shape. She got stuck as a police box, and so she can never change shape again. But you do wonder if somewhere in the TARDIS there is actually a hangar with those sort of facilities. They just can't get them out because they can't change shape to actually have the doors for them to get out. That was the best episode of Stargate. But was I the only one who was always surprised, and this is going to sound strange again, they find the puddle jumpers on Atlantis, and they don't start trying to work out how to build their own puddle jumpers on Atlantis, because you'd think you'd be wanting those things. And it's like, again, the other thing is, the laser, defensive laser, if they only start thinking about defensive lasers the moment they actually have a problem inbound, when they have a time limitation. I'd have thought one of the first things you got is, okay, so we found that there's a major nasty power in this area who could come for us. Do they have any defenses? Yes, they do. They're inactive for some reason. Oh, let's go fix them. And I do realise that's because the actual senior military officers who actually have the sort of training which might actually make them think of that, but you'd hope the junior ones would think of it as well, are dead very quickly in that series. And it leaves Lieutenant Colonel Shepard, who is the world's most slackiest slacker, but in some regards, but in other regards is an absolute military genius when he wants to be, as the senior military officer. But at no point did anyone think, hang on, major nasty power who have been here before, why are we not going to fix the defences? They are constantly salvaging more puddle jumpers from deaths and nuns. Yes, they are. It's a constant fun. And again, Atlantis herself, I could have put here as a carrier, but honestly, she's not a carrier. She's a city ship. Speaking of TARDIS, space armor means that the ship is bigger on the outside than on the inside. That's even more worrying. Also again, all the SGC would need to figure out is how to make Black Hawks airtight and put anti-grav engines on the hull, but it would fit through the gate. True, but again, with the puddle jumpers, you know, why did they bring none of those home to Earth? They'd have been quite useful on Earth. Let's be honest. Again, once you've got the Daedalus class wandering around, a puddle jumper on them would have been really useful. Sending a puddle jumper through to Destiny would have been useful. If anything needed a puddle jumper, Destiny did. There was also a lack of resources in the first couple of things, but it's given me a bad back trying to carry the plot on that excuse. Yeah, it is. In the nicest way, it's a febrile excuse, because if you look at the resources they use, what did they use to fix it in the end? Three people, couple of engineers, and Shepard piloting it. So imagine if you have more time and you can send an entire team, maybe of less good, not of your best engineers, but they have more time to sort it out. They could have got it fixed. Right, could Destiny support one? They need to be recharged. In theory, it uses the Atlantean systems. You can probably rejig it too. And she does charge herself up quite regularly and have quite a huge amount of power supply ships. Didn't they recover a few from Antarctica? I don't think they did. I don't think they found any puddle jumpers in Antarctica. They recovered missiles, the drones. Yes, I did love that fact. They called the missiles drones. They were closer to torpedoes because they had to be directed from the ship. Tony 343. Puddle jumper. As great of an innovation in the franchise as the transporter was in Star Trek. Destiny had his own shuttles. Yeah, you don't need to move the puddle jumper through Destiny's corridors. You don't need to move it through the corridors. You just... And Nakadria Cord Planet, the puddle jumpers don't run from Nakadria. Nakadria. They are... Puddle jumpers they are their entire Atlantean technology, their entire ancient technology. They don't use Nakadria fuel. Robert Dennett, Great Carrier in Fiction, CVA-01. I'm honestly not sure on those. I quite like the CVA-01, but there are some parts of the design which I think really need to be worked through. Yeah, they are. Let's be honest, the Atlanteans are honestly the race version of Apple. They are the spacefaring civilization version of Apple. They are. Everything's going to look good. And often it's going to be really quite interesting technology. But there's always going to be little bits you're going to look at and go, did you really think that through? Did you really? Did you really? You know, that is the scenario. I don't have any Apple systems. I'd like to point this out. But that's mainly because if I have them, I suddenly will be, because of my past as being an IT technician while I was at university, I will suddenly become responsible for fixing them all. And as much as they are not lovely systems, fixing them when they go wrong is a minor nightmare. So no, I'm not doing that. So I have no Apple and I pretend to have no knowledge of Apple systems. And the little cousins who are watching, you keep that quiet. Or Uncle Alex will forget to bake cookies next week. But leaving that to one side, it's an issue. They are, they are the Atlanteans are the spacefaring equivalent of Apple. Everything looks nice and beautiful on the outside. They don't always think it through, i.e. lasers, which decide to destroy their entire planet. Cost more than the entire planet by one, quite literally in one of their defense lasers. Suda, I'm very surprised if you visit your interest in D&D. I have quite a large interest in D&D. I have a huge space marine army. So does my mother and most of my family. Both my mother and sister. My mother is one of the world's biggest, and I will say this, okay. So she likes the Blood Angels, but she is Dante all the way, not Sanguinius. Dante is her love, or to use a phrase which she has recently picked up because I mentioned Rin Penrose to her once, and she has decided to watch some VTubers, which she likes, and then Ramina just wandered down and go, why don't you have a cartoon character instead of your face on there? And because I don't have the software, and I do not have the skills to do that. But why don't you? I don't have the skills to do that. But I like them. Okay, yes. But she then uses the phrase to me, and I quote this from yesterday, Dante is Hiroshi. I'm not sure if she got it right. I'm not going to go check, but that scares the bejesus out of me. I haven't done the Omegas yet. But yes, there's lots of hobbies I enjoy history. Mainly because we do a lot of wargaming. In war studies and what I've done, do a lot of wargaming. So you do a lot of those things like that. Nickelback, not the cookies. It's the thing I have. My cookies are the cookies I bake are apparently very, very nice. I do Smarties and Smartie Malteser cookies at the moment. I don't. Wasn't that the reactor? It was the 0-point energy tank, not a reactor. But yeah, basically it was. But let's be honest, the entire thing powered the laser and still it blew everything up. It managed to overload itself. And McKay, as usual, thought he was brighter than the Lanteans and thought he could fix it. But most of the time, he just spends up absolutely frustrated with them. No, Jacob, we're not doing that. I would need all the systems for it, but no, I'm not getting into VTubing. I'm not becoming a VTuber. I have great respect for them who do. I have great respect, and I have answered this discussion already because of the fact that it came. And it came up again this week, and I look at this and go, people watching my shorts also end up Rin Penrose does so many shorts, and they do so well. There's often a correlation between my shorts or people watching my shorts and people watching Rin Penrose's shorts, and so they sort of overlap. And that's where it comes from, I think the linking. Which is kind of a nice thing for me, because they have hundreds of thousands of subscribers and do really well. But, no, what I have said is it's one of those things I'd happily, if they had naval history questions, I'd happily answer them. Because, again, I see this whole thing of there are lots of people interested in VTubing and interested in VTubers and the gameplay they do and all that stuff. And to me, it's kind of like the stuff I do with World of Warships and other things. If they have questions and they want answers, I'm happy to give them. And if that gets more people interested in naval history, then that's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. You are likely to end up with a fully sorted VTube model in the lab. Don't go there. No. And can anyone check if... can I please just ask the question in the chat? When my mum said that Dante is Hiroshi, what was she saying? And please just keep it. Remember, little cousins are still watching, and I've been told that despite it's late, they're still watching. Yeah, VTube models are expensive, so no, I don't think that will happen. I'll let Drac volunteer. Make sure. What about the Trafalgar battle from Shipshape Australia? That is going to happen. This is one of the things which we are going to have an organisational meeting and actually get together and actually sort it all out. I do keep saying this, and I mean it's going to. Drac's now back from America, I think. All those things are sorted. We all sorted. I have no idea what era it is. I feel old now. Yeah. I'm not sure. Mum just said we were talking about Warhammer, and she was talking about, and of course she wants the new Dante, the new Dante model. She wants to get in and paint it. And I was going, are you sure you want to paint it? She went, because it's it's quite fiddly, the new one. I think it's the new one. I think that's what she wants to go paint. And she said, well, Dante's my Oshi. Of course I want to paint him myself. Because occasionally she does farm out some of the painting of her army to some of my other cousins. But no, Dante is Hiroshi, so she wants to paint. I have, I have, okay, full love and support for a fictional character. Okay, I will take that. That's fine. But that, it's when you're, I'm not going to say her age, mother says this phrase to you and you're going, and can I have clarification as to what you just said? Because apparently you are down with the kids and I'm not. Thank you, Runon. You're not the only one who felt the old ball from that said. Oh. Well, wasn't that the earlier ship basically starts out as a smaller cruiser? Architect in 96 and IO2. The ship which preceded the Daedalus class. Yeah, Prometheus. Then they had the the Prometheus class, the BC 303, which was originally supposed to go for it, and they didn't go. Thank you, Bijan. And they were originally supposed to build lots of them, but they didn't build them. They went straight up to Daedalus because the Prometheus was actually a little bit. The Prometheus, let's be honest, was a little bit ship. It was frigating ship in some regards. It was really, really... They really mucked up with that, and I think they realised quite quickly how they mucked up with it, because I swear one of the reasons why they got rid of it the way they did and replaced it with the Daedalus class was they realised, oh, that's going to limit us a lot in terms of what we can do in episodes with it. The Prometheus class is still like 80%, yeah, but the trouble is the Prometheus is nowhere near as flexible or as useful as the 304. Thank you, Knight6831. Thank you, everyone who has explained what Oshi means. I'm now no longer so worried. Thank you, Just Vulcan, everyone who's backed it up. Oh. My mum is fuck. That's no surprise to anyone here. She's done, by the way, she has confirmed, and thank you for Bijan for the super chat. She has confirmed if we move, and therefore she doesn't have to come out to the garden to record it, she will join me for a brew ships and have a chat with you all. I'm not sure if my career will survive it. Oh, good lord. Having my mum on. Oh, good lord. She is, yeah, she's far, far smarter than all of us. It's scary. I love her dearly. I fully support the idea that, frankly, she could have taken over the world if she wanted to. She has that, but she has that brain power and range of capabilities and skills. She really does. So yeah, the Battlestar Galactica, of course, though, suffers in the series also by having the fact that half her capacity for aircraft launch and recovery and for storage has been turned into a museum. No, I don't disagree with my mum. Disagreeing with my mum is something I do rarely, and only if I'm absolutely sure I'm completely and utterly right. Actually, it'll be fine. We'll just find your mum is Willis Augustus Lee and can do alternative calculations in her head. That wouldn't be unlikely. It would boost my subs a lot. Honestly, she'd like the spa day. She would. Although, there's an interesting thing, because I was talking to her again, what would you actually do on the spa day? Because you don't like people touching you. She doesn't like strangers massaging her or anything like that. She's really not keen on it. She went, no, but you see, in a spa day, I can turn my mobile phone off, and I can just enjoy myself by the pool, and not move, and not have to deal with anyone for a whole day. And I just went, you really are my mother. That is exactly what I do as well. You don't want a spa day for the spa treatments. You want a spa day to ignore humanity. Oh. She pulls out the baby pictures. Yeah, mine's got those on digitalized. No, whilst the X301 was based originally on Gore-Tech, the 304 was based on a hybrid of Asgardian, and Gwald and Terran tech. They were combined together, and then ancient tech was added in as well. Yeah, if you had the 304 available, I would get rid of the 303. Yeah, I have to say that was my big problem with Stargate on the Daedalus class. At no point did they have a senior chief who was in charge of making sure everything worked day to day together, complaining about the officers being annoying.
You know, it was always very much very Air Force, very officer centric. And when the NCOs showed up, they were usually with the Marines, if they had the Marines aboard or something like that. And yeah. I don't know, that sounds like my wife Minnie's idea of spa day. I know, there are a serious number of people around who consider that a great idea of a spa day. Well, what I laugh is when we're actually on holiday and we go anywhere, Mum doesn't like to sit by the pool. She won't. Because she thinks she should be off exploring. And this is the fun thing when you're dealing with her, because her arthritis acts up occasionally, especially after she spent a long time. So she thinks she should be moving around more than she's doing. She gets annoyed with herself. Now, occasionally this leads to her hiring an electric scooter. Do not ask me how she does this, but everywhere she goes, she seems to get a red one, which ends up with a gold stripe on it. I do not know how she gets this. I don't know how she achieves this. But every time we go somewhere for a long way and we're going to stay in that area, a red one, which eventually gets a gold strike, is hired. She only keeps it for a couple of days, and then she gets fed up and is walking around and returns it. But I do not know how this happens. I have never known where they've been acquired from. I have never been the one to go and get them for her. Neither has my sister. Neither of us know where they come from. None of the cousins know where they come from. They just appear. Okay? We do not know. I think that Silo the NCO did complain about Hegelian being part of a running joke, but he was the stunt corner of the show, so he couldn't be killed off as killed as a character. That works well. That works well. I have to say there have been a few. I do like it when series have things like the directors or the stunt coordinators or people like that are given bit parts because just in the show, because it's just easier. You have them around anyway, and you get to see some of the people from behind the scenes. Nicola Marchbank. Nanda Clarke probably really deserves her day of rest and relaxation. Yes, she does. She would tell you she really deserves it right now. Oh, she was not happy today when they told her the electrician were coming back Monday and that we weren't going to be able to cook over the weekend and the cooker wasn't going to work, because what we're having done is very complicated operation. The cooker switch has to be moved. Okay? Why does the cooker switch have to be moved? Because when it was put in, when we had the kitchen extension done, they put it in over the cooker. And basically the very next year, they made that illegal. But no one told us till we had the checks done on the electrics recently for its recertification. And by the way, we have had certificates done before now, and it's passed. But now they went, oh yeah, that's illegal. You shouldn't have that because the heat from the cooker could cause that plastic switch to burn. Also going, it's an electric cooker. I doubt that's going to happen, but it's illegal. Does that affect the resale price of the house? Yes, it does. Oh, frigate, we better get it fixed then. So yeah, the entire thing is I'm going to be taking up some boards over the weekend and making it so the electrician can get access from the roof to the electrics. It's pretty fun. From the ceiling. No grandfather clause? None. Actually, how long has the Galactic been up while all the actual conversation has been about Stargate? Well, you see, the thing is, the next slide is this one. So I know Galactica is the last of the slide. So yeah, I think that's because, I'm not sure how, but despite Stargate probably being the lesser well-known of the major series in terms of the start of various space franchises, I do seem to have picked up quite an inordinate number of people who actually like Stargate in my chat and follows. Like the new Scottish Rotary that force lots to get new smoke detectors just because. Yes, but I can sort of understand it because myself, if you did use alcohol or something cooking and you managed to get a flame somehow, I don't know how you get a flame on electric. It's an electric oven. It doesn't have any gas or any flame kind of, but you know, anyhow, you have to move it from the heat. No honourable mention of silent-based stars. We've discussed them, but honestly, I'm not their biggest fan. For many, many reasons. Mostly because of their sheer inefficiency and because they just... The Cylon system is even... The thing is, people often point to the battle stars and the you know, the humanity's fleet as being terribly balanced in the things. It isn't. It is not that terribly balanced. It's fairly proficiently balanced. If you want to look at something which is terribly balanced, go look at the Cylons, where everything is basically based on the fact they're not going to be able to work because we're going to have destroyed their command and control system, so then we can just go missile attack. We've got no backup for if that goes wrong. The Omega class destroyer was not mentioned while you were offline. I haven't gone into the Omega class destroyers because I think with Babylon, especially their problems, if I do a Babylon anything about the Babylon series, and I do not get Jamie Seedale on, I will probably get killed by an Australian assassin koala, assassin koala or something. I doubt an emu would get through Heathrow to come and take me out, but a koala might. A kangaroo could probably dress up and maybe pass as a human. That's certainly tall enough in some states. Stargate had a logical progression of space capabilities. Stargate was good. Yeah, but Toaster, again, there is a possibilities, but anything which comes on fire, I don't see the fire being... I can turn off the heat on the cooker, but yeah. I don't think a cassowary would actually get through Heathrow. But still, it's going to be moved. And I'm going to be, as said, getting out, taking up some boards. A cockatoo assassin can tell you Mr. Seedle is not happy. Honestly, yeah, they could. Emu Wars. The Emu Wars are a tragic, tragic tale in Australian history. And the fact that so many people know of them now. And what I find funny is when I was going around Australia, I found no memorials to the Emu Wars. There's no memorial. There should have been a memorial to the Emu Wars. Maybe it's because, you know, they don't celebrate these losses, but there need to be a memorial war. Basically, in the UK, well, certainly in our house, but in most houses, your cooker is on a separate circuit, usually. And that will have its own on-off switch if it's electric. So it'll have its own switch and thing. And that's not supposed to be mounted above the cooker, and currently ours is mounted above the cooker. So it's moving from one side of the window to the other, and that's going to cost us about £1,000 to do. It's great fun. It's, you know, you start to realise that really electricians like Ronan are making money hand over fist. You know, they're just. It's one of those areas. Electrician, as I tell people, if you are thinking about purely of money for your career, being electricians and plumbers is not bad. Actually, no. One of my backup options is carpenter, and that again, I keep sometimes getting when I'm down in Cornwall, I will probably pick up because I'm the type of person who does like to pick up extra hours.
one of my cousins, if we do succeed in moving down there, one of my cousins down there has a building firm and tend to need a carpenter. Is always short of carpenters, and would be very happy to have me come and do a day's work a week, doing some carpentry in their manufacturing facility, sort of thing, because they have a warehouse where they assemble a lot of stuff off site. Yeah, historians don't get paid anything. We're terribly underpaid. Literally, no. Historians, there is the whole difference in academia. And I think I was watching Dave Ramsey comes up on YouTube quite a lot, and a Dave Ramsey episode where an academic was talking to him, and he was listening to the amount of the guy's wife got paid as an academic, and I was sort of going, yeah, that fits. There's a big difference between what you get paid as a lecturer and what you get paid as a professor. We're talking in the UK, lecturers could be on 20 to 30 grand a year, professors could be on 100 to 250. There's a huge difference in that markup. Yeah, I do agree. You are. It is at the cost of your physical health. I was watching the electrician today who was literally crawling into the position to get into place, and I was going, "You are more flexible than me, my friend." The Harrison. Yeah, how the frigate has this not caught a fire? Yeah, this is fun. An even war memorial to Major Meredith's pride is clearly needed. I think an even war memorial to the emus is needed. They lost many in their course of their victory. They won, but they lost many. Well, that's what Major Meredith and his crew claimed. They claimed they managed to take out many. But, you know, the battlefield might suggest otherwise, but, you know, they tried. It's not that people who are trained in history are underpaid, it's just that you end up using the skills you learn to be a historian instead of studying history. Yes, you tend to use them for other things. It's like my best paying work whenever I do it is consultancy on risk analysis. But the trouble is that is the type of risk analysis I end up doing is to an extent it doesn't feel good, and I don't mean that in it's a tough job, it's a hard job, it's, you know, those things. I mean it's a job where you're going, is this country worth investing in for 30, 40 years? Will you get your investment out of it? It does make you feel kind of icky. But sometimes you need to earn money. So you suck it up and do it. Anyway, I always find it hilarious. I can touch anything electrical on chips I work on, but I'm not licensed to change a bulb as soon as deck changes the soil. One of the things that still gets me from the... Oh, yeah. And then it shows Joss Vonk. One of the things that still gets me is leaked from the eyes and tires. She broke her back. She'll never jump again. Just the finality of that line. Galactica was just as much character. Yep. She was. She was part of the show. And that's what ships are, really. They are, they do, but they do develop her personality, their crew and them sort of... As I said before, ships are so much a home. And that's one of the reasons why I think you will see, especially once you start looking at longer range operations and multiple, you're going to see them having to start treating space vehicles like ships rather than Air Force vehicles. Because it's going to be a long-term inhabitation. Major Verdun, I can neither confirm nor deny that. Right on. So, like, the marine electricians know how to do all those basic jobs. They have problems when it comes to using those in the right order for the NEC. It's fun times. Right then, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'm going to appear on Discord. What have we got coming up? Next week we have the Age of Seaplane Carrier on the Tuesday. And in terms of coming up lives, we have, I think it's the Battle of, is it? Yeah, the Battle of Blackett Strait, which should be fun. And yeah, I think at the moment on Patreon, if I quickly click into that, we have the April 2024 vote is still live. Currently in the lead on 17 votes is Blackburn Maximus's Zeros in the Mediterranean. And in second place, but there is obviously in close third, etc., on 12 is Lord Fisher is killed in an accident without his return as First Sea Lord. Prince Louis Badenberg remains in post. And on 10, Billy Mitchell's tests are done right from Stephen Meyer. Full fleet problems or a series of small tests. And remember, you can vote for as many of them as you like. And down on 8, we have a couple sitting on 8, which is always interesting because I've 8 and there's a 9. There's Karl Hanshaw's the Italians Commissioner Carrier in late or mid 1941. How does that change the course of the war? And on 8, and sometimes the 8s have been known to come through. It's worthwhile considering that. We have, what would a Royal Navy fleet composition look like if the British governments went for Navy first from 1945 onwards? Well, that's always an interesting one. And Admiral Henderson is on an inspection tour when he finds 4 pristine Town class 1910 vintage. What's done with them? And that's an interesting one from 1938. If he found them, my honest suspicion is he turns them into basically large destroyers. Because if you consider a Town class's operating parameters and what they can do with them, he could probably turn a Town class into a decent-sized large destroyer in 1938. With 4.7-inch dual-purpose guns, perhaps even. Basically a supersized tribal class. Especially if he finds them in pristine condition. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Megascrow, Nicola Ross, Bijon, Falco, Runon, John Shea, Int Morrison, DG40, Jacob, Paul Amos, David Golding, Architect 96, Joss Funk, Blackburn Maximus, and Nicola Marchbank, and Paul from Chicago, and everyone who's been here. John Shea, thank you everyone. Paul, Dave Harrison, Megascrow, thank you IO2, thank you everyone who's been chatting away. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it interesting. Turning 343, and as said, next week's one is the Battle of Blackett Strait, which, if you haven't heard of before, it's the encounter between, well, it takes place in March 1943. It's Aaron Merrill's 3 cruisers and 3 destroyers versus 2 Japanese destroyers. And it was fought on the 6th of March, 1943. That's why I'm doing it on, I think, the 7th of March, 7th of March. Well, it takes place 6th and 7th of March, 1943, so it's overnight. So I think that's why I think I've done it. I've done it on the 7th of March. And it's an interesting little battle. It does have some interesting little impacts because it's an early American victory which matters in 43. The Japanese destroyers were trying to supply the Japanese base at Vila, and they were basically trying to get in and get out as quickly as they could, and they ran into Montpelier, Cleveland, and Denver, which are of course 3 Cleveland-class light cruisers, under Rear Admiral Aaron S. Merrill, and 3 Fletcher-class destroyers, U.S. Conway, Connie, and Waller. And that is not a good scenario for them. That is really not a good scenario for them. And thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and see you Sunday. Take care, everyone. I'm not sure. Well, what the next live is I can make. Good night. I'm glad. And Sunday is Brew Ships, of course, so thank you very much everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and take care, Cartoon Man 154, and everyone else who's watching. Albazaski, of course. Not sure if I said goodbye, but thank you very much, everyone, and as I said, off to Discord. I'm just going to have a quick comfort break. Yada da da.